Welcome to Snooze and Muse, where the stars come closer and history drifts gently across time. Tonight, we set sail not on oceans or rockets, but through stories quiet ones, carried by compass and dream, from frozen poles to distant moons, from jungle paths to the black silence between stars. These are the lives of the greatest explorers the world has ever known, not just names in books, but people who dared to ask, what's beyond? So take a breath. Let the noise fade and step into the quiet wonder, where maps unfold and the journey begins. Chapter 1. The Dreamers Who Dared. There is something quietly powerful about the edges of a map. Those faded borders, where parchment gives way to open space, have whispered to us for thousands of years. Before compasses, before clocks, and even before the written word, people looked to the horizon and wondered what lay beyond it. The call of the unknown wasn't loud or urgent. It was soft, persistent, and unshakable, like the hum of wind over an empty plain. It tugged gently at the heart, a pull as old as time dot in every corner of the ancient world. This quiet call echoed among forest paths and river deltas, on high cliffs and salt-crusted shores. People stood still for a moment and felt it, the desire to step beyond what they knew. Sometimes it was curiosity. Sometimes it was hunger, hope, or fear. But more often, it was something deeper, a restless kind of wonder that couldn't be explained or denied. The earliest maps we've found don't just mark places, they mark dreams. Drawn in ochre and ink, pressed into clay or scratched. Onto hides, they traced not only rivers and stars, but also questions. What lies past the mountains? Where does the sun go at night? Could there be others like us, somewhere far away? The margins were often left blank or filled with fantastical beasts and whispered warnings. But to the dreamers, the quiet few who listened to that inner pull, those margins weren't fearsome. They were promises throughout history. This gentle yearning sparked great movements. Families packed their lives into bags. Tribes ventured beyond ancestral lands. Lone travelers climbed hills just to see what was on the other side. Not all returned. Not all survived. And yet, the journey continued from mouth to ear, parent to child, generation to generation, even today, when satellites circle the planet and digital maps show every corner of every street. There's something timeless about exploration. It's no longer about blank spaces on a map. It's about questions we still don't know how to answer. Questions like, what lies beneath the ice? What lives beyond the stars? And just as importantly, what stories have we yet to tell about ourselves? That's where this story begins, not with ships or swords or sails, but with silence, the kind that settles over a traveler standing still, staring out toward the unknown, ready to listen, of stars and sand long before ocean-faring vessels charted the Atlantic or compass needles swung with certainty. Early explorers moved through deserts, forests, and mountains. Their only guides were the stars, the sun, and the patterns of wind and earth. These were quiet journeys. No headlines. No cheers. Just footprints in the sand and the steady beat of a heart that longed for more dot in the dry heart of Africa, long before written history small bands of people walk the dunes, following water, shade, and the shifting stars above. They read the world not with tools, but with eyes and memory. A tilted tree, a whispering dune, the curve of a distant hill, these were signposts in the great, silent desert. To the north, in lands where snow-kissed mountaintops and winds-carved canyons, other travelers looked to the night sky. They studied the slow drift of constellations, Orion rising, Polaris unmoving, and found direction in their light. These stars were more than dots. They were teachers, watchers, and ancient friends. Far to the east, traders crossed the vast plateaus and steppes, mapping paths with the moon. They knew the seasons by scent, the weather by the way birds flew, and the coming of rain by the stillness in the air. Their movements seemed quiet, almost invisible. But step by step, they linked distant lands carrying salt, silk, seeds, and stories. In the Pacific, long before compasses reached their islands, Polynesian navigators launched canoes into open ocean. With no land in sight, they read the waves, the color of the water, the flight of seabirds, and the hidden pull of currents. For days, weeks, and sometimes months, they drifted with purpose, guided not by machines, but by a deep knowledge. Passed through generations, memorized in chants, and carried in the rhythm of the body, these early explorers didn't have maps. They became the maps. Their minds held coastlines, skies, and valleys in ways no parchment ever could. And every step across hot sand, frozen plains, or churning seas added a thread to the growing web of human discovery. They remind us that exploration doesn't need fame, speed, or conquest. It begins with stillness, with listening, with trusting the world enough to step into it. Their journeys, silent as they may seem, are the foundation of every path we walk today. The oldest paths. As time moved forward, certain routes became more than passages. They became lifelines invisible, trails carved by feet, wind, and the slow, steady turning of the earth. These were the world's first highways, though they bore no names, no signs. Only echoes. In ancient Egypt, long before the pyramids cast their shadows across the Nile, traders moved upriver and across desert trails. They carried spices, beads, and fabrics, but also language, ideas, and dreams. Their caravans wound through golden sands, moving slowly, steadily. Every stop was a meeting point, where culture passed not through battles, but through conversation. To the south, great networks of trade stretched across the African continent. The Saharan caravans, guided by Tuareg nomads and Berber merchants, wound through heat and silence. Camels carried salt, gold, ivory, and news from faraway lands. Oasis towns bloomed like stars in the dark, each one a resting point, a whisper in the vastness. Far across the sea, Polynesian seafarers linked islands scattered like jewels across the ocean. Without maps or sails shaped by the West, they used celestial navigation to chart courses across thousands of miles. They reached new shores not by accident, but with purpose, building networks that turned isolated islands into a sprawling web of shared culture. And in Asia, the Great Silk Road unfolded, not just one road, but many, like veins branching through mountains and plains. From China to the Mediterranean, travelers carried silk, tea, paper, and porcelain, but also ideas, faiths, music, and medicine. These weren't just commercial routes. They were rivers of thought, pulsing through the heart of history. What made these paths special wasn't just the movement of goods. It was the movement of people, their hopes, their fears, their songs. With every step, the world grew smaller and more connected. And as paths became stories, and stories became memory, the urge to explore only deepened, even when these roads faded from maps, or their stones crumbled with time, their spirit remained. You can still feel it in the quiet hush of a trail. At dusk, in the hum of wheels on distant roads, in the whisper of waves meeting an unfamiliar shore, the soul of discovery in the end. The story of exploration isn't about territory. It isn't about planting flags or drawing borders. It's about something deeper, something quiet. It's about the human heart and its strange, beautiful hunger to understand where it belongs. Discovery, at its core, is not conquest. It is curiosity. It is the soft, patient wonder that lives in every child who stares at the sky, in every elder who tells stories by firelight, in every traveler who steps onto a path not knowing where it leads. We often imagine explorers as bold, unshakable heroes standing at the helm of ships or cutting through jungles. But many were simply listeners, dreamers, people who looked at the stars not to control them, but to understand them. People who asked not, "How can I take this?" but "What does it mean?" The soul of discovery lies not in the distance traveled, but in the depth of the question asked. It lies in pausing beside a stream, in touching the bark of a foreign tree, in learning the name of a place whispered in a stranger's language. It lies in wonder and in the quiet courage it takes to follow that wonder even when no one is watching, and that, perhaps, is what makes exploration timeless. It doesn't end with maps or machines. It begins again and again in the stillness of a moment when someone, somewhere, feels a pull toward the unknown. Tonight, as you drift to sleep, think of them, the dreamers who dared, not to conquer the world, but to understand it. Not to rush ahead, but to listen. Not to claim, but to connect. Their footsteps may be lost to time, but their questions still echo gently, like waves against a distant shore. Chapter 2. Marco Polo, the Silk Road Son. Marco Polo was born into a city that pulsed with a rhythm of sails and salt. Venice, in the 13th century, was more than a city. It was a floating crossroads of the known world. Its canals carried stories from every compass point, and its markets were fragrant with spices, silk, incense, and oil. The sea didn't separate Venice from the East. It connected them. Marco came into this world in 1254, the son of a merchant family already shaped by distance. His father, Nickel, and uncle, Maffeo, were traders' men who left behind the narrow streets and stone towers of Venice to travel deep into Asia before Marco could even speak. By the time they returned, Marco was a teenager, raised mostly by his extended family. His early years were filled not only with books and language, but also with long silences, filled by the absence of his father when the brothers finally returned. They brought not just goods, but tales of vast deserts, golden palaces, and a powerful emperor named Kublai Khan. These stories must have sounded like fables, but they were told with the clarity of memory. Marco listened closely, and soon he would follow Dot in 1271. At the age of 17, Marco set out with his father and uncle on a journey eastward. It was a decision shaped less by bravery and more by the natural pull of curiosity. In Venice, Marco had seen ships arrive with goods from lands he couldn't yet picture. He had smelled the cinnamon, touched the silk, and heard stories whispered in unfamiliar tongues. Now he would trace their path back to the source. The voyage would be long years long and far more difficult than sea travel. It would stretch across deserts and mountains, through cities and empires, across territories where maps faded and legends grew. But in Marco's heart, the rhythm of travel had already begun. Each step forward would bring him closer, not only to distant lands, but to the shape of a story that the world would one day remember. Across the deserts their path eastward was not one road, but 1,000 narrow threads woven across a vast and restless continent. From the shores of the Mediterranean to the edge of China, the Silk Road wasn't a paved way, it was a slow dance through shifting landscapes and changing cultures. First came the Levant, where the scent of jasmine met the chill of mountain winds. Then Persia, a land of poets and traders, of cities cradled between mountains and sands. Marco walked through places layered with ancient history, past ziggurats and citadels, past storytellers who recited from memory beside open fires. In each town, new tongues greeted them, new customs, new ways of measuring time, new stars in the night sky. Marco, still young, absorbed it all. His memory became a scroll of colors and textures, of almond trees blooming in dusty courtyards, of merchants haggling beneath swaying awnings, of camels crossing dunes at dawn. The journey turned harder as they approached the highlands of the Hindu Kush and the vast barriers of the Pamir Mountains. Travel became a test of patience and will. Cold winds blew through the passes, and the path narrowed to treacherous ledges where silence seemed wiser than speech. But even here, Marco watched and learned. He noticed the way mountain tribes moved, with grace across cliffs, how they read the land like a language. Then came the great desert, silent, endless, blinding. The sands of the Taklamakan and the Gobi were not empty, but alive in their own way. They held bones and whispers, secrets, and stars. By now, Marco is no longer just a boy from Venice. He had become a traveler, patient, alert, open to wonder. Through every hardship, stories followed them, some told by others, some forming within. Tales of spirits in the desert, of cities buried beneath the sands, of roads that changed direction with the wind. Marco didn't dismiss these. He listened. He learned. And somewhere along those dusty roads, his story began to take shape, not just as a journey east, but as a deepening sense of the world's layered magic. In the court of Kublai Khan. After more than 3 years of travel, the Polo family arrived at their destination, the court of Kublai Khan. It was not a simple palace or a walled city. It was an empire drawn across thousands of miles, and at its center was a ruler who held the world in his gaze. Kublai Khan, grandson of Genghis Khan, ruled not only through might but through vision. He had built a capital Kanbalik in what is now Beijing that blended Chinese, Mongol, Persian, and Islamic influence into a living mosaic. Here, philosophers debated, engineers designed grand canals, and astronomers watched the sky from marble towers. Marco, still in his early 20s, found himself not only in awe, but at home. Unlike most visitors who came and left, Marco stayed. He learned the languages of the court. He listened closely to the needs of the empire. And Kublai Khan, it is said, saw something in the Venetian youth intelligence, loyalty, and a rare gift for observation. For 17 years, Marco remained in service to the Khan. He was sent on diplomatic missions across the empire to Yunnan, to India, to the borders of Burma. He crossed provinces where dragons were carved into gates and pagodas rose like frozen prayers. He saw black stones that burned like wood coal and paper that held the weight of money currency. In each place, he took notes not with pen and parchment, but with his memory. He observed canals that spanned hundreds of miles, postal systems that could carry messages faster than any in Europe, and city markets that bustled with goods Marco had never seen before. He learned not just about the grandeur of the court, but about the quiet rhythms of daily life, how people worshipped, how they prepared food, how they raised their children. In Kublai Khan's court, Marco became more than a guest. He became a witness, someone who saw, who remembered, who would one day return to a land that could not yet imagine what he had seen, a book of wonders. When the Polo family finally returned to Venice in 1295, they brought silk and jade, yes, but also something heavier, memory. Marco, now over 40, was no longer the wide-eyed boy who had left. He carried years of stories, thousands of miles of dust and wonder, folded inside him like a map, but the world he returned to had changed. Venice was caught in conflict, and Marco found himself captured during a naval skirmish with Genoa. In prison, he met a writer named Rustichello da Pisa, and it was here, within stone walls, that his stories spilled forth. Together, they shaped the travels of Marco Polo, a book unlike anything Europe had ever seen. It spoke of golden cities and vast empires, of black stones that burned, of serpents 30 feet long, of deserts that whispered, of palaces with ceilings of silver and floors of jade. Some readers believed him. Many did not. The world he described seemed more myth than memory, and yet the book traveled. It was copied, translated, and read in courts and monasteries. It inspired other dreamers, including a young man named Christopher Columbus, who would carry a worn copy with him on his own journeys westward. Critics would argue, for centuries, about what Marco Polo really saw. Did he exaggerate? Did he imagine? But perhaps that question misses the point. Because exploration is not only about the facts of what was seen. It is about the feeling of wonder that carries the story forward. Marco's book wasn't just a record of geography. It was a mirror reflecting the endless human urge to step beyond what we know, to listen, to observe, to return not just with treasures, but with stories that ask others to dream. And tonight, as you drift into sleep, remember Marco Polo, the boy from Venice, who followed the scent of spice and the silence of stars who crossed deserts not just to find a place, but to carry back a sense of the world's wide, strange beauty. His story begins not with a sail or a sword, but with a question. And perhaps, as all great stories do, it never really ends. Chapter 3, Ibn Battuta, the Relentless Pilgrim, in the year 1325. A young man from Tangier stepped beyond the city's gates, with little more than a small bag and a heart full of faith. His name was Ibn Battuta, and he was just 21 years old. His goal, like many before him, was to complete the sacred pilgrimage to Mecca, the Hajj, one of Islam's 5 pillars. But the path he set upon would stretch far beyond Arabia. For Ibn Battuta, the journey itself would become his prayer. And the road, his place of worship, Tangier, his birthplace, sat where Africa met the sea, a city shaped by the winds of trade and the rhythms of empire. Ibn Battuta had studied Islamic law, preparing for a life of scholarship. Yet something stirred in him, something restless. The pilgrimage was a religious duty, yes, but for Ibn Battuta, it was also a door opening to the wider world. A world he would not just pass through, but immerse himself in. He joined a caravan eastward, traveling by camel through the golden silence of the Sahara. Sandstorms swept across the plains like whispers of time, and the nights were lit by stars that seemed to stretch forever. He passed through Algeria and Tunisia, cities fortified and vibrant, rich with the colors of markets and the call to prayer echoing through stone courtyards. Reaching Cairo, the city stunned him. The Nile glistened under bridges alive with travelers and traders. Mosques and minarets pierced the sky. Scholars recited scripture beside fishermen, and languages blended in the air like incense. It was not the end of his pilgrimage, but it was his first deep breath, the realization that Islam, while shared, was experienced in endlessly varied ways. From Cairo, he followed the well-worn path of pilgrims through the Sinai and into the Holy Lands. But the road curved. Instead of going directly to Mecca, he moved north toward Damascus. He wanted to see more, learn more, feel more. And so, what was meant to be a short journey became the beginning of something far larger, a life on the move, where each destination led only to the next horizon, worlds within the faith. Ibn Battuta's path to Mecca was lined not only with cities and deserts, but with the diverse threads of Islamic life. As he moved from Cairo to Damascus, Baghdad to Basra, and on through Persia and the Arabian Peninsula, he encountered a faith both familiar and wondrously unfamiliar. Islam tied these places together in prayer and practice, but it did not flatten them. Instead, it allowed each region to shape its own expression of belief. In Syria, the mosques were quiet, marble spaces where scholars debated beneath arches shaped like waves. In Iraq, the ruins of ancient empires stood beside bustling bazaars. In Persia, calligraphy danced across tiled walls, and poets infused their verses with spiritual longing. Even the food, the spices, the way people broke bread held memory, tradition, and meaning. When Ibn Battuta finally arrived in Mecca, the moment was profound. Surrounded by thousands of pilgrims speaking dozens of languages, wearing different clothes, but all turning toward the same sacred center, he felt the deep unity of his faith. The Kaaba, silent and immovable, stood at the heart of the gathering, not just as a structure, but as a symbol. Everyone was equal here. Everyone had come far, from every corner of the Muslim world, to meet in this moment of devotion, but Ibn Battuta did not stop there. Instead of returning home after his Hajj, he turned outward again toward the Red Sea, toward East Africa, and eventually across the Arabian Sea to the Indian subcontinent. He wanted to see how far the faith had traveled, what forms it had taken, what lives it had touched in each city. He was welcomed as both a guest and a scholar. He found comfort in the call to prayer, in the rhythm of rituals he had known since childhood, but he also marveled at the differences. The way sermons were delivered in Delhi, the way courts operated in Cairo, the way the faithful celebrated festivals in Calicut, beneath palm trees and monsoon clouds. To Ibn Battuta, this diversity wasn't confusing. It was beautiful, a living, breathing testimony to the breadth of his faith, not rigid, but generous, not static, but always in motion. Just like him, through storms and courts as Ibn Battuta ventured further east, the journey grew more difficult and more extraordinary. He faced not only distance, but the wildness of the natural world and the delicate politics of powerful courts. Each new land brought storms, and each storm a transformation. In the Indian Ocean, his ships rocked through monsoons that turned the sky to slate and the sea to thunder. He clung to prayer as waves crashed over the decks. Once, shipwrecks scattered him onto the Malabar coast, and it was only through the kindness of strangers that he survived. Still, he pressed on in India. He was welcomed by the Sultan of Delhi, who made Ibn Battuta a Qadi judge in Islamic law. The appointment brought prestige, but also danger. The Delhi court was lavish and unpredictable. Gifts poured in from every corner of the empire, but trust was rare and betrayal common. Ibn Battuta walked the tightrope carefully, offering wisdom where it was welcome, silence where it was safest. Later, he was sent as an ambassador to China, a journey that took him through the Maldives, Sri Lanka, and parts of Southeast Asia. In the Maldives, he became a judge again, and briefly even a political figure. He married locally, adapted to customs, and governed with a blend of Moroccan law and island sensibility. But island politics were turbulent, and soon he departed, setting his eyes once more on distant shores. Throughout all of this, Ibn Battuta remained observant. He was not just a traveler. He was a recorder of humanity. He noticed how justice was served, how people built homes on stilts or sand, how children were taught, how prayers were whispered by waves or echoed in mountains. His strength was not in conquest, but in patience, the kind that allows a person to truly see. He faced storms, courts, and change, and through it all, he stayed curious, open, quietly, resilient. A pilgrim not just of places, but of people. The long return after 24 years on the road, Ibn Battuta returned to Morocco, a place that, in many ways, had faded from his mind like a dream. He had left as a young scholar, barely grown. He returned as a man shaped by oceans, by deserts, by cities with names most had never heard. His body was tired, but his mind overflowed with stories, Back in Fez, he was welcomed by the Sultan, who asked him to recount his travels. Ibn Battuta, now over 45, began to dictate his memories to a young writer named Ibn Juzzi. Together, they shaped a book known as the Rihla, the journey. It was not just a travelogue. It was a mirror held up to the Muslim world of the 14th century, seen through the eyes of one who had lived it from end to end. He described lands so distant, they sounded like legend Siberian winters, African empires, Chinese cities with paper, money and silent canals. He spoke of scholars and beggars, kings and farmers, rituals and weddings. Some questioned whether he had seen it all. Some doubted the scale of his journey. But what mattered more was the feeling carried through every page, a deep respect for difference, a reverence for the ordinary, and a soft, enduring eye at the vastness of human life, unlike other travelers of his time. Ibn Battuta didn't seek to conquer or convert. He sought to witness, and in doing so, he stitched the world together not with borders, but with stories. Stories of shared prayers, of morning markets, of temples carved into cliffs and rivers wider than memory. He died quietly, sometime after 1368, in the same land he had once left. But the road he traveled never really ended. His stories survived copied, translated, carried forward by those who read, listened, and dreamed. Tonight, as you close your eyes, remember the young man who walked for faith and kept walking for wonder. Ibn Battuta, the relentless pilgrim, whose journey reminds us that the world is not just something to be crossed, but something to be cherished, one story at a time. Chapter 4. Zheng He, admiral of the treasure ships in the green hills of Yunnan, a province in southwestern China. A boy was born into a world reshaped by war. His name at birth was Ma He, and he belonged to a Muslim family proud and rooted, but conquered by the armies of the Ming dynasty. It was the late 14th century, and China was rising again from the ashes of the Mongol rule. The new emperor, ambitious and unyielding, reached far into the empire's edges to build his future. In that sweep of power, Ma He was taken from his home as a child. He was castrated and brought to the imperial court in Nanjing, destined for life as a servant. In most stories, this would be where the path narrows a life behind walls, quiet, forgotten. But Ma, his story did not fold inward. It expanded. The palace was not just a cage. It was a place of learning, influence, and eventual transformation. He was clever, strong, and observant. He rose quickly, gaining the trust of the Prince of Yan, a man who would soon become the Yongle Emperor, one of the most powerful rulers in China's history. When the prince claimed the throne, he renamed Ma He now Zheng He and gave him command of an idea that had never been tried at such scale, a fleet not for war, but for diplomacy, a navy of peace meant to show China's wealth and strength not through swords, but through gifts, presents, and wonder. Zheng He, once a captive child from a far province, now stood at the helm of the largest fleet the world had ever seen. His ships would carry porcelain and silk, gold and copper, banners and letters of friendship, and on their decks, dreams of unity born not from conquest, but connection. It was a remarkable rise, not just for one man, but for the vision he represented. The ocean no longer marked China's edge. With Zheng He at the helm, it became a road wide, blue, and open, 7 voyages, endless horizons. The treasure ships were not ships as the world had known them. They were floating palaces, some towering over 400 feet long, with multiple decks, and wide sails like wings stretched in motion. Around them sailed hundreds of support vessels, warships, supply barges, water carriers, and horse transports. In total, each voyage involved tens of thousands of men, moving together like a city set to sea between 1405 and 1433. Zheng He led 7 massive voyages that crossed the South China Sea, skirted the coasts of Southeast Asia, and reached as far as the Arabian Peninsula and East Africa. It was a stretch of travel so vast, it stunned the imaginations of those who watched the sails appear on their horizons. The first voyage took him to Vietnam, Java, and the Malabar coast of India. Ports welcomed him with curiosity and respect. At each stop, emissaries stepped ashore with gifts from the Ming Emperor's scrolls, silks, spices, and ceremonial words. In return, local kings and sultans offered tribute, rare animals, precious stones, and sometimes ambassadors to journey back to China. But this was not just a political performance. The voyages served as pathways of exchange of goods, yes, but also ideas. Chinese astronomy met Indian mathematics. Buddhist relics returned home. Naval technology evolved with each journey. Even the understanding of medicine and geography deepened, shaped by the hands and minds that met across docks and banquet halls. On later voyages, Zheng He reached Hormuz and Aden, the gateways to the Persian Gulf and the Red Sea. His ships docked in cities humming with trade cities that had seen Roman galleons and Arab dhows, but never anything like the fleet that now filled their harbors. Each journey brought new challenges, pirates, storms, and unfamiliar customs, but Zheng He moved through them with a quiet authority. He was not a conqueror. He was a connector. And as the world watched his sails rise over the horizon again and again, they began to understand this was not an invasion. This was a message. China was here not to take, but to be seen. Dragons and diplomacy in the city of Calicut. On the southwestern coast of India, Zheng He's fleet anchored like a mirage. The local rulers, accustomed to merchants and mariners, were stunned by the scale of the arrival. The sails caught the wind like wings of dragons, and from the decks came not soldiers, but scholars, envoys, and gifts that shimmered in the tropical light. Here, diplomacy unfolded not in words alone, but in gestures. China brought porcelain painted with blue waves, silk robes light as whispers, lacquered boxes, and scrolls inked with golden characters. In return, they received coral, pepper, pearls, and sometimes elephants, animals that amazed even the Chinese courtiers who had seen much already. Further west, on the coast of East Africa, Zheng He's ships reached the city of Malindi in present-day Kenya. There, the exchange continued not as strangers, but as guests. China offered medicine and textiles. Africa shared giraffes, incense, and songs of wind that echoed through the baobab trees. One giraffe, tall and elegant, was taken back too. The Ming court and described as a Qilin, a mythical creature said to mark the reign of wise and just rulers. Zhang, he did not leave behind garrisons or flags. He left behind stories. Legends grew in the places he visited of the great ships. The generous strangers, the peaceful mission that seemed more dream than reality. In time, some would forget the names, but not the feeling. In carved wood and whispered tales, the memory of the treasure ships lingered like the scent of distant spices, and back in China, those memories grew as well. Exotic animals walked through. Palace courtyards. Drawings captured scenes from faraway lands. And maps detailed wide-reaching, elegant began to chart not just land and sea, but the space between people. In all of it, Zhang he stood as a symbol, a Muslim eunuch born, far from the capital, now sailing as the emperor's voice. He was not perfect. He used force when needed, but always the message remained clear. Greatness for China could be shown through generosity. Power, when paired with grace, could become beauty. The tides recede in 1433, after more than 2 decades. At sea, Zhang he returned from his final voyage. He was older now, perhaps tired, perhaps aware that the world he had sailed was already beginning to change. The Ming court, once so outward-looking, had turned inward again. Officials questioned the cost of the voyages. They feared the influence of foreigners, the mixing of cultures, the unpredictable tides of exchange. Soon after his return, Zhang he passed away, some say aboard ship, others in Nanjing. His burial site remains uncertain. What is certain is that not long after his death, the great ships were dismantled. The shipyards that had built the treasure fleet fell silent, and the maps detailed, precise, alive with inked coastlines and island chains were stored away, even destroyed. China, once so outward in its gaze, withdrew. The sea, once a road of light and silk, became again a border. Centuries would pass before such a fleet sailed again from its harbors, and yet the echo remains. Not in artifacts few survive, but in the idea. Zhang he's voyages remind us that exploration can take many forms. It can be conquest, yes, but it can also be invitation. A chance to learn, to listen, to share. Today, his story is remembered, not just by historians, but by sailors, diplomats, and dreamers. His name is carved into stone near the ports he visited, and his legacy sails in the imagination of those who believe that strength can be shown in silence, and that peace, when carried with confidence, can travel farther than warships ever could. As the tide rises and falls on shores from Calicut to Kenya, as wind stirs the sails of boats in the South China Sea, the world still remembers, not always in words, but in spirit, the admiral who once bridged worlds with a steady hand and a heart that understood the sea. And tonight, as you close your eyes, let your thoughts drift with his fleet past islands and stars toward a horizon that never ends. Chapter 5. Leif Erikson, Northman of the New World. The wind on Greenland's coast does not speak gently. It howls across ice and stone, threading through narrow fjords, pressing into the bones of anyone who dares to listen too long. Here, on these rugged shores, Leif Erikson was born the son of a man who had once been banished from Iceland for bloodshed. Eric the Red, bold and untamed, had carved a life out of snow and solitude. His son would carry that wildness further, beyond. The line where even Viking maps grew vague, Leif grew up in a land on the edge not only of geography, but of imagination. Greenland was a settlement of survival, shaped by those who had left behind everything they knew. Long houses huddled together like driftwood villages, their walls thick with turf and smoke. Outside, the sea cracked and groaned with ice. Inside, stories were told, sagas of gods and giants, of distant lands and storm-swallowed ships. It was in this space between hardship and myth that Leif listened. He heard the tales of Bjarni Herge Elson, a sailor who had drifted westin, a storm, and claimed to see new lands far beyond the sea. Bjarni had not landed, but he had seen, and for Leif, that was enough. He was young, restless, and curious. His blood carried the echo of exploration. While his father had found Greenland by exile, Leif would seek his path with purpose. He gathered a crew, repaired a ship, and set his course toward the place Bjarni had spoken of, lands where forests replaced frost, and the horizon bent in unfamiliar shapes. There were no maps to guide him. Only stars, wind, and the soft pull of possibility. Vinland the Good, the voyage was long and uncertain. The North Atlantic is not kind, but the Vikings were not strangers to the sea. Their ships were built for it low, strong, flexible like waterborne wolves. Leif and his crew sailed west, first reaching a land of flat rocks, which they named Helgeland. Then came forested shores, which they called Markland. But it was the third land that held them. Here, the climate was softer, the air gentler. The land was rich, full of timber, with rivers that ran clear and soil that seemed dark with promise. Grapes, they said, grew wild along the slopes, a rare and wondrous thing to Norsemen who had never tasted such sweetness in their own lands. They called this new place Vinland, the land of wine. It was a discovery that, at the time, few could comprehend. This was not just an island or a new trading post. It was another continent, though they did not yet know the word for it. Centuries before Columbus crossed the Atlantic, Leif Erikson and his crew had touched the shores of North America, most likely somewhere in what is now Newfoundland, Canada. They built a camp and settled for the winter. Longhouses were raised, food stored, fires lit. Days passed in rhythm, gathering, repairing, watching. Nights were filled with cold, with stars unfamiliar and shadows that moved differently from those in Greenland and somewhere nearby. They knew others lived. People not like them. People whose language, dress, and customs were as new as the land itself. There were encounters, though few details survive. We do not know their names. We only know that Leif and his crew observed and retreated, unsure of the lines that separated peace from danger, but for a moment, a single, fragile moment. The Norse stood quietly on the edge of a continent untouched by their kind, looking inland at a world not yet mapped, not yet imagined. Campfires in the fog. The winter in Vinland was not marked by battles or conquest. It was marked by waiting, watching, listening. The camp sat near the shore, where sea met forest, and smoke curled slowly into the gray sky. Fog rolled in often, blanketing the land in silence. In that stillness, Leif and his men lived close to the earth-chopping wood, tending to boats, preserving food. Time moved differently here. There was no village rhythm, no marketplace, no messengers. Only the pulse of the ocean and the soft crackle of firewood. Around the flames, stories took shape. Some were real about the river's path, about strange animals in the woods. Others drifted into legend-glowing lights seen in the trees, voices heard in the mist. What was fact? What was saga? With time, the two began to blur. The Norse were a storytelling people, and in the cold quiet of inland, their words grew roots. They spoke of land so fertile it could feed thousands of berries that stained fingers purple, of creatures unknown. But they also spoke of tension, of fear. The presence of unknown neighbors kept them alert. There were moments of contact, perhaps conflict, perhaps peace. But in the end, the uncertainty proved too great. Leif decided not to stay. The land was rich, yes, but distant. Hard to reach, harder still to hold. When the ice thawed, they returned to Greenland, leaving behind their camp and the land they had touched. Behind them, the fog settled again. The forests whispered once more, back home. The stories were told of Vinland the good, of the place beyond the sea. And like smoke, those stories rose slowly into the saga traditions, becoming part memory, part myth. For centuries, few believed them. Fewer still searched. And so the name of Leif Erikson drifted, not forgotten, but faded like old ink on worn parchment. Winds that whisper forward history has a strange way of folding in on itself. For hundreds of years, Leif Erikson's journey was remembered only in Icelandic sagas, oral tales passed down through generations, half history, half poetry. In time, the world forgot that a Norseman had reached the shores of North America. Long before Columbus ever sailed, but the wind remembers. The rocks remember. And so, too, did some of the stories dot in the 19th and 20th centuries. Archaeologists began to piece together the truth. In lands Ox Meadows, Newfoundland, ruins of a Norse settlement were uncovered, unmistakably Viking in design. The long houses matched the sagas. The tools, the iron, the boat sheds all whispered the same name. Vinland. Leif's story, once blurred in legend, came into focus again. Not as a conqueror, not as a founder of nations, but as a quiet explorer, a man who crossed an ocean. Guided by stars, memory, and something deeper, the need to see what lay beyond, he did not stay. He did not build a colony, but he arrived. And that arrival, simple and silent, stretched the map of the world a little wider. Today, Leif Erikson is remembered in statues and in place names. His face, imagined and carved in stone, looks west, toward the land he once walked, toward forests now grown thick with time. But perhaps his greatest legacy is not what he found, but what he showed, that even the edges of the known world are not limits. They are invitations, and so As you close your eyes tonight, let the waves rock gently in your mind. Picture a carved wooden ship slipping through gray mist. Picture a coastline just beginning to appear. Picture a young Norseman, wind in his hair, hand resting on the tiller, eyes fixed on the unknown. He did not come to conquer. He came to see. And sometimes that's where the most powerful journeys begin. Chapter 6. Christopher Columbus, the Westward Gaze in the harbors of Genoa, where salt clung to the stones and sails dotted the sky like stitched clouds. A young boy named Cristoforo Colombo once stared out toward the open sea. It was the late 15th century, and the world, as most Europeans knew it, ended somewhere near the edge of the known maps. Beyond that edge, there were rumors, myths, dragons, and perhaps a shorter way to Asia. Columbus grew up breathing salt, air, and stories. The Silk Road, winding across continents, brought spices and silk eastward. But that road had grown dangerous, tangled in wars and empire shifts. What if, Columbus wondered, the East could be reached by heading west? What if the world curved not into chaos, but into opportunity? It was a dream shaped by ambition, faith, and miscalculation. Columbus believed the earth was round, not a radical idea at the time, but he underestimated its size. He imagined a short sea route from Europe to Asia, just over the horizon. He was wrong. But in that error lived one of the most transformative voyages in human history. For years, Columbus begged for support from Portugal, from Genoa, from England. All declined. But Spain, newly united under Ferdinand and Isabella, eventually said yes. Not because the idea was flawless, but because the dream was bold. And in the space between certainty and risk, they saw possibility. In 1492, Columbus was given 3 ships, the Nia, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria. With these, he would chase a dream not of a new world, but of an old one reached in a new way. He sailed not knowing what lay ahead, only that turning back would mean failure, and sailing forward meant a chance at something more. Sails and stars the Atlantic Ocean in the late summer of 1492 was vast and unyielding. With a crew of around 90 men and limited supplies, Columbus sailed west from the Canary Islands, the last known land before the great unknown. Navigation was part science, part faith. They used the stars, the sun, and dead reckoning, estimating position based on speed and direction. Each day, the sea grew deeper, the horizon longer, and the land farther away. Days passed with no sight of shore. Then weeks. The men grew restless, their patience as fragile as the wooden hulls they rode upon. Columbus remained steadfast. He kept 2 logs, one for his own record, and one for the crew, slightly altered to soften their fear. It was a small act of leadership, meant to preserve morale. While the wind pushed them farther into mystery, the ocean changed with mood. Sometimes it was still and blue, like painted glass. Sometimes it rose in gray towers, threatening to swallow the ship's hull. The trade winds blew steady, but unfamiliar. Birds flew overhead, and bits of floating vegetation suggested land. But none came. Then on October 12th, after more than a month at sea, a cry rang out. Land. It was an island, lush and green. Columbus named it San Salvador. He had not found Asia, but he did not yet know that. He thought perhaps this was the edge of the Indies, the doorway to the empires of silk and gold he had dreamed of. In truth, he had touched the Americas, not a shortcut to Asia, but a world unknown to his maps, to his kings, and to himself first. Contact as Columbus stepped onto the island now known as part of the Bahamas, he encountered a world unlike any he had imagined. The land was rich with vegetation, the air thick with warmth and birdsong. And on the shore stood the people who lived there, the Taino, whose ancestors had sailed and settled the Caribbean long before European sails ever filled the sky. They greeted the strangers with curiosity and kindness. Columbus described them as generous, open, and gentle. He saw in them not just humanity, but opportunity for conversion, for labor, for wealth. To the Taino, these new visitors were foreign, but not yet feared. They offered food and gifts, and received beads and mirrors in return. Columbus explored the nearby islands Cuba, Hispaniola, always searching for gold, always believing. He was near the fringes of Asia. He noted the absence of silk or cities. But he pressed on, interpreting the unknown through the lens of his expectations. As weeks passed, his view of the Taino shifted. He began to measure them not just as people, but as resources. Some were taken aboard ships. Some were brought back to Spain. The seeds of conquest, planted quietly in these first encounters, would later grow into storms of violence and colonization. But in these earliest moments, these first contact hours, there was also something else, a fragile stillness. A moment in history when two worlds touched for the first time, not in war, but in shared presence. A tea would not last. The story of exploration would soon twist into something heavier, but for a breath of time, the sea had brought together two human families who had never before known of each other's existence. Glory and consequence. Columbus returned to Spain in 1493 as a hero. He brought with him gold, exotic animals, unfamiliar fruits, and stories of new lands. He spoke of islands filled with promise. The Spanish crown listened, impressed. More voyages were funded. He would make 3 more, each larger, more complex, more entangled in the politics of empire. But with each journey, the line between discovery and domination blurred. Columbus established settlements. He demanded tribute. Resistance was met with force. Diseases unknown to the Taino and others spread with terrifying speed, decimating populations. The initial awe of exploration gave way to the machinery of colonization. Still, Columbus did not see this. Or if he did not name it. He believed until his death in 1506 that he had reached the edges of Asia, that the lands he touched were just outposts of the Indies. He died poor, burdened by legal disputes and political fallout, but still convinced of the rightness of his voyage. But history knew better. Soon the truth emerged. The lands he had reached were not Asia at all. They were part of a vast continent unknown to Europe, Africa, and Asia, a land with its own people, its own stories, its own time, and the voyage of 1,492 bold, flawed, and deeply consequential would become a turning point for the world. It connected hemispheres. It shifted economies. It shattered isolation. And it marked the beginning of an age both of wonder and of sorrow. For some, Columbus is remembered as a symbol of bravery. For others, of destruction. Both can be true, because history, like the ocean, is rarely calm or clear. It carries triumph and tragedy in the same current. Tonight, as your thoughts drift toward sleep, picture the small ships rolling across a dark sea, stars above, silence below. Picture a man chasing a dream, not knowing what it would cost. Picture a moment suspended in time when the known world widened forever, and remember, the winds that carry us forward also carry our shadows. Every journey leaves something behind. Chapter 7, Amerigo Vespucci naming the unknown. In the quiet streets of Florence, where the Renaissance bloomed like spring after a long winter, a young boy named Amerigo Vespucci studied the stars. He was not raised for war or conquest. His life began in books, pages filled with ancient knowledge, numbers, and the slow unfolding of the cosmos. Florence in the 15th century was a city of thinkers, where art met astronomy, and philosophy stirred behind every stone wall. Amerigo was born into this world in 1454, the same year that would see the printing press begin to reshape Europe. He grew up surrounded by scholars and merchants, by maps that still called dragons real and oceans small. Amerigo's early career was shaped not by the sea, but by the sky. He read the works of Ptolemy, learned to calculate celestial movements, and trained in the art of navigation not as a sailor, but as a scientist. His handwriting was neat, his thoughts careful, and his eyes fixed upward toward patterns that stretched far beyond the city's rooftops. He worked for the powerful Medici family, managing affairs tied to ships and commerce. But it was not until his mid-40s that he left the land behind. When the call of exploration reached him not as a loud roar, but as a quiet invitation, he followed it, not with the confidence of a captain, but with the curiosity of a thinker. His voyage began not with conquest, but with questions. What lay beyond the Atlantic? Were these the shores of Asia as Columbus believed? Or were they something else, something unimagined? Amerigo did not rush to answer. He watched. He measured. He waited. And in that patience, he began to see something the world had not yet named. Coasts of the New World, Amerigo Vespucci sailed south, far south, along the unbroken curve of an unfamiliar coastline. The waters grew warmer, the stars shifted position, and the lands they passed became more wild and more strange. This was not the India of spices and elephants. It was something altogether different. The ships moved down the eastern edge of South America, where vast rivers met the sea and thick jungles whispered just beyond sight. Amerigo observed everything. The direction of the winds, the shape of the land, the faces and customs of the people they encountered. He kept notes detailed, clear, and thoughtful. These were not the hurried reports of empire, but the careful reflections of someone trying to understand the shape of the world. One thing became more certain with each passing day. This was not Asia. The coastline stretched far too long. The stars overhead did not match what was known, and the animals, plants, and languages were unlike any known to Europe or to Asia. Amerigo saw it not as a flaw in the journey, but as a revelation. The world was larger than they had imagined, more varied, more mysterious. In those southern voyages, particularly the one around 1501 to 1502, he reached regions so distant that even the maps had grown quiet. In Brazil, the forest met the sea with a breathless stillness. Rivers like the Amazon poured fresh water into the salt, and the horizon seemed to stretch forever. Amerigo didn't plant flags. He didn't claim territory, but in the space between land and ocean, he saw a truth forming. This was a new world, not a back door to an old one, and that distinction, subtle, quiet, powerful, would change everything. Letters that redraw the map. When Amerigo returned to Europe, he did not return with gold or glory. He returned with words. In a series of letters, he described what he had seen, not with the inflated tone of conquest, but with wonder. He spoke of coastlines stretching for thousands of miles, of constellations that danced in southern skies, of people whose lives followed rhythms no European had yet written about. He called the lands the New World, and suggested gently but clearly that they were not part of Asia at all. These letters, especially the one known as Mundus Novus, were printed and circulated across Europe. They were read aloud in markets, copied by hand, and passed between scholars and sailors. People leaned in, listened, imagined, and among those who read them was a German mapmaker named Martin Waldseemler. Inspired by Amerigo's clear descriptions and his careful reasoning, Waldseemler created a new map in 1507 that labeled the southern continent not as part of Asia, but as something separate. He named it America in honor of Amerigo. It was not a title Amerigo gave himself. He had not asked for it. He had never claimed to discover the land. But his writing, thoughtful, observant, and patient, had done something powerful. It had recognized what others had missed. That act of recognition, of seeing clearly what was before him, gave shape to the map, and with it the name of a continent. The power of recognition. Amerigo Vespucci died in 1512, quietly, in Spain. He was nearly 60. At the time of his death, the name America had begun to echo in academic circles, but it was not yet the word the world would know, and yet, with time, the name endured, not because of conquest, not because of wealth or war, but because Amerigo had seen something and had the courage to write it down with clarity and calm. In history, we often remember those who step first, but sometimes the greater act is not the step, it is the understanding of where you've stepped. Columbus had reached the shores, but Amerigo saw what those shores truly were. There is something quietly profound in that. The world does not always shift through force. Sometimes it shifts through perception, through one person seeing what others have missed, through a pen that traces a coastline not just on paper, but in the collective mind. Today, the name America stretches across continents. It is spoken in many languages. It holds stories of hope, pain, power, and promise. And at its root is a man who once studied stars in Florence, who crossed oceans not to rule, but to learn, and who gave the world not a discovery, but a name. And so, as you close your eyes tonight, let the ocean rest in your thoughts. Picture a calm ship drifting beneath a southern sky. Picture a man with a notebook, eyes lifted, heart quiet, realizing that the world was wider than anyone had yet dared to believe. And let that thought drift with you, the soft, steady power of seeing. Something new, and having the grace to name it not for yourself, but for everyone. Chapter 8. Vasco da Gama to India by sea, at the far western edge of Europe, where land gives way to ocean and cliffs fall sharply into blue. Portugal dreamed beyond its borders. It was the 15th century, and Lisbon's docks buzzed with talk of distant spices, Christian kingdoms, and new sea routes to wealth. Maps were being redrawn, and the sea, once feared, had become a promise, the Portuguese crown, small in territory but vast in ambition, poured its efforts into exploration. Led by Prince Henry the Navigator and his successors, Portuguese sailors had already inched their way down the African coast, one harbor at a time. They searched for gold, for glory, and above all, for a direct sea route to India. A path that would bypass overland Muslim routes and bring Europe directly to the heart of the spice trade. Vasco da Gama was not the first choice for this journey, but he became the one chosen when the moment arrived. Born around 1460 in Sines, a coastal town, he grew up close to ships and wind. He was sharp, steady, and deeply loyal to the crown. When King Manuel I of Portugal gave him the order in 1497, da Gama accepted without fanfare. The goal: reach India by rounding Africa's southern tip and crossing into the unknown. He was not a poet like Amerigo, nor a visionary like Columbus. Vasco da Gama was a commander practical, firm, and driven by duty. His task was clear, but the route ahead was not. 4 ships left Lisbon. They carried weapons, religious icons, translators, and goods for trade. Above all, they carried Portugal's greatest hope, to find a way to India by sea and return with proof that the ocean could tie 2 distant worlds together, storms and crossroads. The journey was long and rough. The Atlantic stretched before them, moody and endless. Storms swelled off the African coast, tossing the ships and testing the crews. Yet the Portuguese had spent decades learning these waters, and da Gama, though untested in oceanic voyages. Listen closely to pilots in Wind.by the end of 1497. The fleet reached the Cape of Good Hope, the southern tip of Africa. It had been rounded before, but only barely. Da Gama pushed farther, deeper into the Indian Ocean than any European fleet had dared. The waters changed. The wind shifted. They had crossed into a new maritime world, one shaped not by European kingdoms, but by Muslim merchants, East African rulers, and Indian traders whose ancestors had sailed these routes for centuries. Da Gama reached Mozambique, then Mombasa, and finally Malindia Swahili port, where he secured an experienced pilot. Using stars and currents, they crossed the Arabian Sea and reached Calicut on India's southwestern coast in May 1 for 9/8. It was A moment of historic arrival, Europe had reached India by sea. But Da Gama quickly discovered that arrival was not acceptance. Calicut was wealthy, complex, and well connected. Its markets buzzed with trade. Its leaders held long-standing relationships with Arab merchants. The Portuguese, unknown and untrusted, were viewed with caution. Da Gama brought cloth, beads, and iron tools considered unimpressive by Indian standards. He requested trade, but also demanded respect. There was misunderstanding. There was suspicion. And though no violence erupted, the welcome was cool. Still, Da Gama had done what no one before him had. He had opened the sea route to India. The journey home was brutal. Many died of scurvy. But when Da Gama returned to Lisbon, he brought proof, spices, letters, and the knowledge that the sea could be mastered. Gifts and guns. Vasco da Gama returned to India, but the tone had changed. His second voyage, launched in 1502, was no longer just exploration. It was enforcement. Portugal now saw the Indian Ocean as a place to control, a theater, not only of trade, but of dominance. This time, Da Gama sailed with 20 ships and heavy cannon. The king had given him not only ships, but authority. His orders were clear: protect Portuguese interests, demand tribute, and punish resistance. The mission was part commerce, part crusade. In Calicut, Da Gama demanded the expulsion of Muslim merchants. When the Zamren Calicut's ruler refused, Da Gama bombarded the city. He captured ships, executed crews, and sent warnings that echoed across the coast. His message was not subtle. Portugal would not beg for space. It would take a dot in some ports. The show of force worked. Alliances were made. Forts were built. Trade flowed under watchful eyes and sharpened weapons. Spices came. Pepper, cinnamon, cardamom, once precious and distant, now part of Portugal's growing empire, but the cost was heavy. In place of diplomacy came fear. In place of shared curiosity came suspicion. Da Gama saw his work as a success, and in many ways it was. He had carved a path and forced it, and returned victorious. But he had also planted seeds of violence. In waters once ruled by balance, the Indian Ocean was no longer a meeting place of equals. It was becoming something else, a frontier of empire, where the sails of Portuguese ships cast long shadows over centuries of maritime tradition. The empire begins by 1524. Vasco da Gama had been named Viceroy of Portuguese India. It was an honor, but also a return to a place he had changed and been changed by. He arrived in Goa, the new center of Portuguese power, and took command of a territory caught between promise and pressure. He found corruption. Portuguese officials had grown rich and loose with rule. Trade was flowing, but control was slipping. Da Gama, ever stern, attempted reforms, but his health was failing. He died later that year in Cochin, not far from the shores he had once reached as a stranger. He was buried at first in India, later moved back to Portugal. Statues would rise in his name. His voyages would be taught as triumphs. And in many ways they were. He opened a door that changed the shape of global trade, that linked continents by water, that shifted the axis of empires. But the story was not simple. In Da Gama's wake came forts, missionaries, and fleets of war. The Indian Ocean, once governed by wind, trust, and shared trade routes, began to echo with the sound of cannon fire. The Portuguese crown expanded. Others, the Dutch, the British, would soon follow. The age of discovery had become the age of empire, and yet, in the stillness between storm and sail, the memory of that first voyage lingers a journey. Across a blue horizon, a commander at the helm, the smell of salt and spice in the air, and the unspoken truth that every new route carries both wonder and weight. Tonight, as the tide in your thoughts grows quiet, picture the curve of the African coast, the stars above Malindi, the soft splash of oars in moonlight. Picture a man not looking back, but ever forward steering into history, unaware of all that would follow. Chapter 9. Ferdinand Magellan, a circle drawn in blood, in a world divided by two crowns. Ferdinand Magellan was born into the wrong side of ambition. He was Portuguese by birth, raised in the court of Lisbon, trained as a soldier and a sailor beneath the flag of his homeland. But by the early 16th century, Magellan found himself exiled not by chains, but by indifference. Portugal had no more use for his ideas, and so he crossed a line rarely crossed. He went to Spain. In that era, the world was split by treaty. The Treaty of Tordesillas had drawn an invisible line down the globe, granting Spain the west and Portugal the east. And both powers chased one dream, the Spice Islands, the Moluccas, far in the east, where nutmeg and cloves grew in quiet groves and sold for their weight in gold. Columbus had sailed west to find Asia and reached a continent he never fully understood. Magellan's vision was sharper. He believed, or perhaps hoped, that if one could find a passage through the Americas, one could reach Asia from the west. A complete loop, a circle of the earth, drawn not in ink, but in sail and wind, Spain. Hungry to match Portugal's eastern riches, listen. In 1519, Magellan was granted command of a fleet, 5 ships, funded by the Spanish crown, crewed by men who spoke many languages, and watched Magellan, a Portuguese captain, flying Spanish colors with wary eyes. Among them were spies, skeptics, and soon mutineers. Still he sailed. From the coast of Spain, past the Canary Islands, down the coast of South America, searching for a way through, for a secret door in the land that might open to the far side of the world, the Strait of Shadows, the coastline stretched endlessly, a rough edge carved by wind and cold. South America offered no easy passage. The months passed in silence and salt. Magellan's ships crept down the coast, always looking for a break, a narrow inlet, a twist in the land that might reveal the path he believed must exist. Then, in the austral spring of 1520, they found it. It was a strait, long, narrow, dark, a winding channel at the southern tip of the continent. The winds howled through jagged mountains. Ice floated in black waters. The days were short, the air sharp. The passage would later bear his name, the Strait of Magellan. But in those early days it offered no glory, only fear. The fleet split as it passed through. One ship deserted and fled back to Spain. The others moved slowly through the twisting maze of channels. Unsure if they would emerge or vanish into cold, the strait tested more than navigation. It tested leadership. Magellan faced mutiny. One of his captains rebelled and paid with his life. Others doubted, but followed. When the ships finally passed through, they entered a calm sea. Magellan, relieved, named it Marpac Fico, the peaceful sea. But the name would soon prove cruelly ironic. Behind them, the strait closed like a scar. Ahead of them, the Pacific stretched, vast and blue, into a silence that no European had ever sailed before. The great Pacific, no one aboard Magellan's ships understood just how wide the Pacific truly was. They expected a short crossing. A few weeks, perhaps. What came instead was an ocean of stillness and hunger. For over 3 months, the ships drifted across a sea so calm it seemed eternal. Winds carried them gently, but land remained a ghost. The world unfolded mile by mile beneath empty skies. Food ran out. Water turned foul. Rats were eaten. Leather bindings were boiled for broth. Scurvy hollowed the cheeks of the men. And still, the horizon offered no promise. This was not the world Columbus had dreamed of. This was not the neat globe imagined in books. This was a planet vast beyond reckoning, and Magellan, more than anyone, was proving it at last. They reached land. Scattered islands in the vastness. Then, in March of 1521, they reached the Philippines. Here, the silence ended. Life returned people, villages, warmth. The ocean had tested them, but now they had arrived. The circle was nearly complete. Magellan believed the moment called for more than trade. It called for faith. He brought Christianity to the islands, baptized local chiefs, and offered peace in exchange for belief. But politics in the archipelago were fragile. One chief welcomed them. Another resisted, and in that resistance, Magellan stepped too far. Death in the Philippines on April 27, 1521. On the shores of Mactan Island, Magellan died. He had led a small force ashore to confront a local ruler named Lapu-Lapu, expecting submission. What he found instead was resistance. In unfamiliar terrain, with rising tide and unsteady footing, his force faltered. His armor weighed him down. His allies scattered. And Magellan, the man who had crossed oceans, defied kings, and drawn a circle around the earth, fell. He did not complete the voyage he began. He never returned to Spain. He never saw the line connect, but his vision did not die with him. The fleet, though broken, pressed on. Under new leadership, the remaining ship Victoria crossed the Indian Ocean, rounded the Cape of Good Hope, and returned to Spain in September 1522. Of the 270 men who had begun the journey, only 18 returned. But they returned with proof. The Earth was not a mythic plane or a world of disconnected edges. It was whole, and it could be sailed. Magellan's name became more than a name. It became a turning point, the moment when the world shifted from imagination to reality. A moment etched not just in maps, but in memory. Tonight, as the sea quiets, in your mind, think of that ship drifting into a sunset its sails torn but full. Think of a man who saw the world not as it was drawn, but as it might truly be. He did not live to see the return, but because he believed, the return was made, and, in that faith bold, flawed, enduring the world became whole. Chapter 10. Hearn and Cortes the Conquest of Gold and Gods in the Port of Havana. In the year 1519, the sea carried more than salt and wind. It carried whispers. Whispers of a land to the west rich, mysterious, powerful. Spanish explorers who had skirted the Gulf of Mexico spoke of cities with walls of stone, of kings with jewels in their hair, and of temples taller than the trees. These were not vague rumors. They were stories filled with gold, and Hearn and Cortes listened closely. He was not the first to hear them, but he was the one who chose to act. Cortes was born in Medellin, in Spain, in 1485, not to royalty, but to ambition. He came to the New World as a young man, craving more than land or status. He wanted glory. And in the New World, glory often meant gold. He convinced the governor of Cuba to let him lead an expedition, though that permission was quickly revoked. Cortes left anyway, sailing with a fleet of 11 ships, a few hundred men, horses, cannons, and something more dangerous than any blade, determination. What lay ahead was unknown, but the shape of his goal was already clear. He had heard the name, the Aztec, a people said to rule from a capital of stone in the center of a lake, led by a king named Moctezuma, an empire steeped in ritual and shadow, with riches beyond counting. Cortes would not land gently. He burned. His ships behind him, not as a flourish, but as a promise. There would be no return. Tenochtitlan rises the land of Mexico. As Cortes and his men pushed inland, revealed itself slowly through jungle heat, mountain fog, and the voices of peoples long rooted to the earth. They encountered cities with markets, roads, and rulers. Through force and alliance, Cortes gathered local rivals of the Aztec Empire, especially the fierce Tlaxcalans. War was not new to them, but the weapons of the Spaniards were, and then they saw it. Tenochtitlan, the capital of the Aztec world, rose from the waters of Lake Texcoco like something half-imagined. Causeways connected the island city to the mainland. Canals wound between neighborhoods. Great temples rose into the sky, painted bright and high with meaning. In the center, a sacred precinct pulsed with offerings, rituals, and power. It stunned the Spaniards. Some said it rivaled the cities of Spain, Seville, see Rhoda, even Rome. Here was urban design guided by astronomy. Here were aqueducts, gardens, zoos, and palaces built on layers of tradition, older than anything Cortes had known, and yet it was different. The rituals were foreign, the gods fierce. Blood was spilled in sacred rites, and the rhythms of time were bound to cycles of sacrifice. Moctezuma received Cortes with caution. Was he a god? A prophecy? A conqueror? The Aztec worldview allowed for gods to walk again. And so the emperor welcomed him into the heart of the city. For a moment, peace held. A quiet before a storm. Two empires stared at each other across an invisible line, not of language or culture or power, But of fate, betrayals and broken gods, the fall of Tenochtitlan began not with swords, but with silence. Court S, fearing rebellion and seeking leverage, took Moctezuma hostage within his own palace. The city watched, uncertain. Tensions grew like cracks in stone. Then, as Cortés left to deal with rival Spanish forces arriving on the coast, his lieutenants acted without care, attacking during a festival, spilling blood in a sacred space. The city erupted when Cortés returned. The Aztec had risen. Moctezuma was dead, either killed by his people or the Spaniards. The narrow streets turned to traps. The lake turned to a grave. In a night known as La Noche Triste, the night of sorrows, the Spaniards fled, their armor heavy with gold, their path slick with rain and loss, but disease had already entered the city, invisible and unstoppable. Smallpox brought by the Spaniards spread like fire through a forest. It devastated the population, breaking the empire from within even as soldiers battered it from without. Cortés returned with reinforcements. A siege began. The canals were blocked. The food supply vanished. Tenochtitlan, once vibrant, now starved and smoldered. In August 1521, after months of battle, the city fell. The great temples were pulled down. The gods were broken not by argument, but by force. An empire collapsed, but more than a kingdom ended that day. A worldview fell. A sacred order. A sense of time and space, built over centuries, erased in a matter of weeks. Cortés stood among the ruins, victorious. But the price was carved into the stone. It would echo far beyond him. The ghosts of glory heard in. Cortés was named governor of New Spain. He was praised, rewarded, written into the chronicles of history. But glory once touched often slips through the fingers. He struggled for power in the years that followed. Rivalries in court. Questions of authority. Eventually, he returned to Spain, not as a hero welcomed home, but as a man grown distant from the empire he helped create. He died in 1547, aged and heavy, far from the city he once conquered, and yet the ruins of Tenochtitlan remain. Beneath modern Mexico City, fragments of stone and memory rise again. Temples unearthed, symbols rediscovered. The past quiet, but not erased. The conquest changed the world. It marked the start of colonial rule in the Americas. It reshaped economies, languages, beliefs. Gold flowed to Spain. Disease spread through the Americas. Entire peoples vanished. Others endured, hidden in plain sight. Cortés claimed victory, but the cost was immense. Lives lost, cultures broken, knowledge scattered like ash in the wind. Tonight, as you rest in stillness, think of a city rising from a lake. Think of gardens floating on water, of temples glowing at dusk. Think of voices once lifted in song to gods no longer named, and in that silence, remember, conquest may redraw the map, but it never silences the earth beneath it. Chapter 11. John Cabot into the mist. Before he was known as John Cabot, he was Giovanni Caboto, a son of Genoa, born sometime around 1450. Like many of his time, He grew up watching sails slip past the horizon, listening to the tides. Steady breath, and the traders' tales of places beyond the map's reach. Genoa, like Venice, was a city of maritime dreams, and Caboto is a man shaped by them, but Italy was crowded with competition. The great voyages were no longer being funded from its ports. Instead, power had shifted to Spain, to Portugal, and soon to England. So Caboto crossed not just waters, but allegiances. He moved to Venice, then Spain, and finally found his footing in England, where a quiet hunger for empire was beginning to take shape. England at the time was cautious. Unlike Spain and Portugal, it had not yet claimed its place on the global stage of discovery. But it listened, and Cabot, now calling himself John Cabot, spoke with confidence. He offered a plan, a voyage west, like Columbus, but farther north, where the route might be shorter, the weather colder, and perhaps, the land untouched. King Henry VII agreed that, in May of 1497, with just one small ship, the Matthew and A, crew of fewer than 20 men, Cabot set sail from Bristol. There was no parade, no fanfare, only the steady rhythm of oars and the quiet resolve of men heading into wind, water, and fog. They would not find gold. They would not build cities. But they would find something just as enduring, Newfoundland's silent shores, the Atlantic, in northern latitudes, is not gentle. The waters are colder, the skies more changeable. But Cabot's Matthew sailed steadily, carried by hope, and the whisper of a promise that something lay beyond. Weeks passed with no land in sight. The ocean, vast and gray, rolled beneath them like a sleeping beast. The sun hid often. The mist clung to the sails. But they pressed on, steering toward a horizon few had seen, guided by instinct and stars. Then, in June of 1497, they saw it. A rugged coast appeared, carved by wind and sea. Trees leaned inland. The shore was quiet, unguarded. No cities, no ships. No gold, only silence. Most historians believe Cabot landed in what we now call Newfoundland. Some suggest it may have been Labrador or Nova Scotia. The exact point remains uncertain, held by waves and time, but this much is clear. Cabot had reached the edge of North America. Not the Caribbean islands of Columbus, not the golden empires of Cortes or Pizarro, but the rocky Atlantic rim of a vast, unknown continent. The land was wild, the forests thick, the rivers cold and full of life. They saw no great cities, but they did find abundance, especially in the sea. The waters teemed with fish. So many the crew could drop baskets into the sea and lift them full. Cabot stayed. Briefly, he claimed the land for England. A flag was planted. A prayer was offered. Then he returned. He had found no wealth. But he had found land, and in that discovery, England's claim to the New World quietly began. A vanishing point back in England, Cabot was welcomed with cautious praise. King Henry granted him a small pension, recognized his voyage, and authorized a second. This one would be larger, better supplied 5 ships instead of 1. A more ambitious journey into the unknown. It departed in one for 9/8, and then silence. No reports. No return. No survivors. The fleet disappeared into the Atlantic, swallowed by storm, shipwreck, or something else entirely. What happened remains a mystery. Some say one of the ships turned back early, damaged. Others believe the fleet reached land, but perished there. Some suggest Cabot returned quietly, without record, lost in the margins of history, but for most, the second voyage of John Cabot became a ghost, a story told without an ending. A vanishing point on the map, where dreams blurred into mist. In the years that followed, other explorers came. Some retraced Cabot's imagined steps. Others forged new ones. But the man himself faded. His name, once spoken in court, slipped from memory. His fate became legend, folded into sea spray and silence, and yet, somewhere beneath the waves and pine-covered coasts, the mark of his passage remains not carved in stone, but in the shape of curiosity he left behind. Foundations in quiet. John Cabot's voyage did not reshape empires in his lifetime. He did not return with treasure or tales of conquest. He did not build colonies or win battles. But what he offered was something more subtle, a beginning. In that one quiet landing, England's gaze shifted west, the spark of future exploration. Of names like Frobisher, Davis, and later, Hudson traced back to Cabot's simple declaration, "There is land here." And it is vast. Newfoundland's shores, once silent, would become home to fishermen, then settlers. The rich waters Cabot described would draw fleets for centuries. And England, once a hesitant participant in the age of discovery, would grow into a maritime empire, step by step, wave by wave, beginning with a single ship from Bristol. Cabot's son, Sebastian, would continue the search, sailing in his father's shadow. He, too, would press into Arctic waters, sketch new maps, and carry the dream onward. But even he could not say what had truly happened to his father. Sometimes, history does not give us the closure we expect. It leaves us with open pages and questions. It leaves us with mist, but perhaps that is its own kind of poetry. A man who set out into uncertainty, found the edge of a continent, and vanished not in failure, but in mystery. Tonight, as you drift into sleep, picture the northern sea. Picture a small ship bobbing on gray waves. Picture pine trees lining an unfamiliar coast. No gold. No trumpet. Just wind, wood, and wonder. And in that stillness, remember even the quietest steps can echo through time. Chapter 12. Sir Francis Drake, the Queen's Pirate, on the jagged, wind-swept coasts of Devon, in the southwest corner of England. A boy grew up with salt in his lungs and ambition in his blood. Born around 1540, in a time of shifting faith and violent tides, Francis Drake's world was shaped by exile, survival, and the distant call of sails on the sea. His family fled religious unrest when he was still young, moving from the inland fields of Tavistock to the edges of the river Medway. There, among rotting docks and the echoes of reformist sermons, Francis watched ships groan with cargo and crews, watched the water ripple with promise and peril. England was not yet a great sea power, but it was learning to be. And Drake, still, barely grown, took to the decks as an apprentice, not in a classroom, but in a world of canvas, rope, and restless tides. The merchant ships of his youth taught him more than trade. They taught him to read wind, to trust instinct, and to harden against the endless churn of the waves. By his 20s, Drake was already sailing into the unknown. He joined expeditions to the Caribbean voyages that blurred the line between commerce and piracy. Spain controlled vast territories in the New World, and its ships carried treasures beyond imagining. Gold, silver, sugar, and slaves flowed across the Atlantic under Spanish banners. And English sailors, quietly encouraged by their queen, were learning how to take them. The boy from Devon would become more than a sailor. He would become a storm, plunder in the Pacific. Drake's rise as a maritime legend came not from maps or discovery, but from fire and daring. In 1577, with the secret blessing of Queen Elizabeth I, he sailed west on a voyage cloaked in exploration, but rooted in plunder. The mission: disrupt Spanish control of the Pacific, raid their ships, and return with wealth. What followed was one of the boldest sea campaigns in history. He passed through the Strait of Magellan, that narrow, twisting corridor at the bottom of South America, entering waters no Englishman had dared before. The Pacific opened in front of him, wide and blue. And then the burning began. Drake struck with speed and silence. Spanish ports along the coast of present-day Chile and Peru fell into panic as English sails appeared on the horizon. He seized ships heavy with treasure, silver bars stacked like bricks, gold coins gleaming in crates. In one infamous capture, the Nuestra Señora de la Concepción surrendered without a fight. Its holds carried nearly 500,000 pesos of silver. The raids were brutal but calculated. Drake was no aimless pirate. He followed rumors, tracked shipments, read the Spanish playbook. And always, he stayed one step ahead. By the time Spanish forces organized a response, Drake was gone, vanished into the Pacific mist, sailing north, then west, into uncharted waters. He had turned piracy into strategy, and survival into legend. What began as theft became a voyage. No one had expected, a journey, not just of destruction, but of distance. He would not sail home the way he came, around the world, one raid at a time. Instead of retracing his path through hostile Spanish waters, Drake sailed onward across the vast Pacific, toward the edge of maps and the curve of the unknown. He landed on islands, traded with local peoples, repaired his ship beneath strange stars. He reached the Philippines, then the Spice Islands, and passed through waters mapped only by rumor. Avoiding the Portuguese who, like the Spanish, saw the world as divided between them, he navigated the Indian Ocean with careful precision. The journey was long. Years passed. Crew members died. Supplies ran low. But the ship, the Golden Hind, pressed forward. Drake rounded the Cape of Good Hope and entered the Atlantic again. When he finally reached England in 1580, he returned not as a sailor, but as a legend. Only one ship of his original fleet remained, but it was filled with treasure, enough to pay off England's national debt, and then some. He was knighted. Aboard his ship by Queen Elizabeth herself, he had become the first Englishman to circumnavigate the globe, and only the second human ever to do so. But unlike Magellan, whose voyage had been about proving the shape of the world, Drake's voyage had proved something else, that England could strike anywhere, even in the heart of Spain's empire. He had not drawn new maps. He had redrawn the balance of power, and with his return, England stepped more fully into its age of empire, sails raised, cannons loaded, guided by winds that now carried stories of gold and glory, legacy of fire and flags to England. Sir Francis Drake was a hero, a knight, a patriot. Children sang songs of his daring. His name was etched into the lore of empire, his voyages taught as symbols of courage and cunning, but to Spain, he was Ealdrak the Dragon, a pirate, a criminal, a menace wrapped in royal protection. They put a bounty on his head so large he could fund an army. He burned their ports, seized their ships, and shattered their sense of invincibility. Both were true. Drake lived in the space between morality and monarchy, a man shaped by conflict, driven by loyalty, and hardened by years at sea. He served a queen, but often by his own code. He enriched his country, but not without cost. Later in life, he led more naval expeditions. He fought against the Spanish Armada. He became a symbol of English resistance, fire against storm, steel against fleet. But time wears even the sharpest blade. In 1596, on a final voyage in the Caribbean, disease struck. Drake died at sea, near Portobello. He was buried in a lead-lined coffin, dropped into the deep he had once ruled. His body sank quietly. But his legend did not die this day. The stories remain of raids under moonlight, of sails rising over tropical waters, of the Queen's pirate who circled the world with fire in his wake. And as you close your eyes tonight, let the ocean settle in your thoughts. Picture a ship silhouetted against a crimson sky. Picture a man at the helm, neither hero nor villain, but something in between. A navigator of empire, a maker of tides, and in that space between shadow and sunlight, let history drift one wave at a time. Chapter 13. James Cook, the Cartographer of Silence. In the rolling green hills of Yorkshire, where smoke rose quietly from chimneys and the land folded gently into valleys, a boy named James Cook took his first steps into a world far wider than he could yet imagine. Born in 1728 to a Scottish laborer and a farmer's daughter, his life began in modest shadows surrounded by fields, coal dust, and the steady rhythm of village life. He was not destined for empire. His hands were meant for hard work, not holding instruments that would redraw the boundaries of the known world. But from the beginning, Cook showed something else, a focus, a calm precision, a hunger not for glory, but for understanding. At 17, he apprenticed to a shopkeeper, but the pull of the sea was stronger. He left the land behind and joined a merchant fleet that sailed coal along the English coast. There, in the hold of dark ships and under the patient eyes of experienced captains, he learned the ways of tide and timber. Later, he joined the Royal Navy. He was nearly 30, older than most, but he rose quickly, not by privilege, but by skill. He studied the stars. He learned to chart the shape of coastlines. He taught himself mathematics and navigation. He mastered the sextant, the compass, the subtle tilt of the earth beneath his ship, and when the British Admiralty needed someone not just to sail, but to map, not just to explore, but to understand, they looked to Cook, his first great commission would be to sail into the Pacific, not to seize land, but to observe a moment written in the sky, the transit of Venus across the face of the sun. A celestial event, visible only from certain corners of the world, and critical to calculating the size of the solar system. He left England in 1768 aboard the Endeavour. And from that moment on, the edges of the world would begin to shift. Voyage. To the southern unknown, the Endeavour carried Cook to Tahiti, where his crew built a temporary observatory and watched the shadow of Venus cross the sun. It was the first task scientific, precise, symbolic. But it was only the beginning. From Tahiti, Cook turned south and west. His orders were sealed until the first mission was complete. When he opened them, he found a second command, to search for the unknown southern continent Terra Australis Incognita, believed by many to exist as a massive land balancing the Earth's northern continents. Cook did not find it. What he found instead were coastlines, real ones. He charted New Zealand, tracing its twin islands with detail and patience, showing that it was not part of any southern continent, but something all its own. Then he sailed to the east coast of Australia, unknown to Europeans, though long inhabited by Aboriginal peoples whose histories ran deeper than any chart. Cook followed the coastline for months, measuring bays and reefs, naming capes and inlets. At a place he would call Botany Bay, his crew stepped ashore. He observed not just the land, but the people with a naturalist's eye, not an invader's urgency. His journals recorded flora, fauna, customs, and interactions. There were misunderstandings, moments of tension, and glimpses of connection. What Cook gave the world was not possession, but precision. He drew the shape of places others had only guessed. And though Britain would later use his maps for conquest, his own hands worked in the quiet art of recording, line by line. He erased the blank spaces of the southern world, datio Antarcticus. Edge Cook's second voyage, launched in 1772, took him deeper than most had dared into the southern reaches of the world, where ice drifted like ghosts and the wind howled without mercy. His ships, the Resolution and the Adventure, were built for endurance. And so was he. He crossed the Antarctic Circle, the first known navigator to do so, and entered a realm few imagined could be survived. Icebergs loomed like white cliffs. Fog swallowed the horizon. The cold crept into every seam, into every breath. Yet Cook sailed onward. He never saw Antarctica itself. The continent remained just beyond sight, hidden behind miles of sea ice. But he proved what many had doubted, that the great southern land, if it existed, was not lush and habitable, but cold, desolate, and distant. Even here, at the edge of the world, Cook measured. He charted, observed, and described. He kept careful logs, not of conquest, but of temperature, latitude, the color of the sea, the shape of the clouds. When his companionship became separated, Cook pressed on alone, circling the vast emptiness, touching the edges of known islands, stitching together fragments of the southern sea. The voyage was hard. Many fell ill. Storms hammered the decks. But the work, the vision continued. Cook returned not with gold or land, but with knowledge, and that knowledge would ripple outward, across maps, across time. He had not planted flags. He had planted facts, seeds of understanding that would grow long after he was gone, measured in miles. And Morality Cook's third voyage, in 1776, would be his last. He sailed again into the Pacific, seeking the Northwest Passage of fabled sea route through the Arctic, linking the Atlantic to the Pacific above North America. He never found it. Instead, he visited Hawaii, a place he would return to more than once. The islands offered beauty, but also tension. His arrival was greeted with curiosity and ceremony, and for a time there was peace. But when his ship was damaged and returned unexpectedly, relationships frayed. A quarrel over a stolen boat led to confrontation. Cook attempted to take a local chief hostage, a tactic that had worked in other lands. But here it ended differently. On the beach at Kealakekua Bay in 1779, Cook was struck and killed. The man who had mapped the world with such calm precision died in chaos, far from the lands of his birth. And yet, his legacy is not a single moment. It is a path quiet, curved, and careful. Cook showed that exploration need not be only conquest. That to sail is not only to claim, but to see. His ships carried scientists, artists, and instruments. They returned not with gold, but with drawings of birds, seeds of foreign plants, and maps that told the truth. He respected precision. He valued order. But he also faced the limits of his understanding, and at times, the edges of his culture's respect for others. He was not without flaws. His name, like all in history, carries light and shadow. But his voyages widened the lens through which Europe saw the world and softened, if only slightly, the sharpness of empire with the gentleness of observation. Tonight, as the ocean stills in your mind, think of a ship gliding across quiet waters, a compass steady, a hand sketching the shape of a distant coast. Think of a man leaning over the rail, eyes fixed on the horizon, not to conquer it, but to understand it, and let that thought carry you gently toward sleep. Chapter 14. Nellie Bly, the woman who raced the world, in a Pennsylvania town called Cochrane's Mills. A girl was born in 1864, with more questions than answers, more fire than patience. Her name was Elizabeth Jane Cochrane. Her childhood, touched by both comfort and struggle, unfolded in the space between privilege and loss. Her father died when she was young, and with him went security. But what remained in her was something stronger than circumstance, a voice. She grew into a young woman in a world that did not listen to women. Or if it did, it asked them to speak softly. But Elizabeth's thoughts did not come softly. She had opinions, bold ones. And when a local newspaper published a column titled "What Girls Are Good For," reducing women's roles to housework and obedience, she answered with words that burned. She signed her letter, "Lonely Orphan Girl." The editor was stunned, not just by her tone, but by her talent. He offered her a job. And with it, she took a name that would become legend. Nellie Bly. As a journalist, she was determined to do more than sit behind a desk. She believed stories were not just told, they were lived. She chased them into factories, onto train cars, into homes where no one else thought to look. She wrote about working women, immigration, poverty. She gave voice to the unheard not with pity, but with power. She was young. She was bold. And she was just getting started. Into the madhouse in 1887, Bly pitched an idea that many would have feared to even imagine. She would pretend to be insane and enter a mental asylum as a patient. It was not a stunt. It was a mission. Rumors swirled about the Blackwell's Island Insane Asylum in New York, stories of neglect, abuse, and silence. But they were rumors, whispered behind closed doors. No one had proven them. No one had seen them from the inside. Bly would. She practiced expressions. She studied symptoms. She moved into a boarding house and began acting strangely confused. Erratic, afraid. Doctors examined her, declared her unwell. Within days, she was committed, and then the doors closed behind her. What she found inside would change her and the world. Patients tied in freezing baths. Rotten food. Nurses who shouted and struck. Women who were not insane, just poor, immigrant, or unwanted, locked away because they had no one to speak for them. Bly stayed for 10 days when the New York World published her expose, titled 10 Days in a Madhouse. The response was immediate. Shock, outrage, and then reform. Money was allocated to improve care. Inspections were ordered. The asylum could no longer hide behind stone walls. Nellie Bly had used her voice and her body to open a door no one wanted to look behind. She had not just written a story. She had become one, and in doing so, she changed what journalism could be. 72 days around the earth by 1889. Nellie Bly had made a name for herself. But she wanted more than a name. She wanted a record inspired by Jules Verne's fictional tale Around the World in 80 Days. She proposed to beat it not with a team, not with fanfare, but alone. No woman had ever attempted such a thing. Many said she couldn't, that she'd need a chaperone, that she'd pack too much, that she'd fail. She packed one bag, a small black satchel, no trunk, no companion, just determination and a watch. She left New York by steamship, sailed across the Atlantic, through storms and swells, disembarked in England, and raced across Europe to Brindisi. From there, she sailed to the Suez Canal, crossed Egypt, India, and Singapore, then on to Hong Kong and Japan, across the Pacific, and back to the United States. She met the world with open eyes and steady steps. In France, she met Jules Verne himself, the man whose fiction she was turning into fact. In Asia, she visited temples, markets, and cities unfamiliar and unforgettable. In each place, she gathered not just time, but perspective. Trains broke down. Weather delayed ships. At times, the record seemed lost. But she never gave in. When she stepped off the final train back in New York, the city erupted in applause. 72 days. Alone. Fast. Fearless. She had circled the globe, not for conquest, but to prove a point, that women were not limited by distance or doubt, or the lines others drew around them. Truth as adventure. Nellie Bly did not stop after her race round the world. She continued to write, to speak, to challenge. She exposed corruption in the prisons, fraud in business, the lives of factory girls, and the plight of the poor. She married late in life to a wealthy industrialist, and after his death, took over his company. She became one of the first female captains of industry, fighting for workers' rights from the inside. During World War I, she traveled to the front lines as a correspondent, reporting from the trenches of Europe. She was in her 50s by then, still curious, still unafraid. When she died in 1922, at just 57, her obituary named her a pioneer. But she had always been more than that. She had changed what it meant to report. She had changed what it meant to be a woman in public life. She had taken the tools. She was given a pen, a name, a suitcase, and carved a path through a world that told her no. She never sailed ships. She never planted flags. But she navigated something deeper, the boundaries of gender, of fear, of silence. Tonight, as you drift toward sleep, imagine her on the deck of a ship, wind in her hair, notebook in hand. Picture a train rushing through the dark, her satchel by her side. See the asylum doors slowly opening behind her. See the world, no longer just imagined, but touched by one woman's courage, and let her story carry you gently across the quiet oceans of your own dreams. Chapter 15. Sacagawea, the Pathfinder with a Child. Before maps drew lines across the American West, before roads curved through valleys and over rivers, there were people, tribes, nations, communities who lived with the land instead of over it. Among them were the Lemhi Shoshone, a people of open sky and high plains. And among them, a girl was born around the year 1788. Her name was Sacagawea. She was still a child when the world shifted beneath her feet. Around the age of 12, she was taken stolen by a Hidatsa raiding party during a conflict near present-day Montana. She was pulled from her family, her language, her home. What followed was silence. She was not returned. She was absorbed into the village of her captors. Then, before long, she was given or sold to a man from far away. His name was Toussaint Charbonneau, a French-Canadian trapper. She became his wife. She was perhaps 14. He was much older. There are few records of her thoughts, few words preserved. But her presence, quiet, firm, enduring, would echo in ways she never asked for. In 1804, a young American expedition arrived at the edge of the frontier. Meriwether Lewis and William Clark had been tasked by President Thomas Jefferson to explore the vast Louisiana territory and find a route to the Pacific. They needed interpreters, guides, bridges across a landscape they did not know, and in the Hidatsa village where they camped for the winter, they met Charbonneau and Sacagawea. She was pregnant, barely more than a girl herself. But history was already shifting around her. A baby on her back in February of 1805, Sacagawea gave birth to her first child, a boy named Jean-Baptiste. Just 2 months later, she and her infant joined the Corps of Discovery, the expedition team bound for the western edge of the continent. She did not carry a weapon. She carried her son, strapped in a cradleboard. The baby became part of the journey, bouncing gently on his mother's back as they paddled rivers, crossed plains, and scaled mountains. Sacagawea walked among soldiers and scouts, her steps sure, her silence steady. She spoke several native languages, including Shoshone and Hidatsa. She understood the land in ways the others could not. She recognized plants, tracked paths, calmed. Strangers, her presence, more than anything, signaled peace. A woman with a child, walking among armed men, told other tribes this was not a war party. It saved lives before negotiations began, she interpreted. She gathered food. When a boat nearly tipped in a swift current, she helped recover supplies. When a fire burned their meat, she helped feed the men. She was not the expedition's leader. She was not even given official status. But her knowledge became a compass a T. One point, deep into the journey, the expedition needed horses. They approached a Shoshone village. The chief stepped forward. It was her brother. She had not seen him in years, not since she was taken in a world too large to map and too wild to predict. This was a moment stitched in fate. Her people helped the expedition cross the mountains. Her name faded into the journals. But her steps, day after day, were written in the trail they followed. Mountains and memory. The expedition reached the Rocky Mountains, not one peak, but a jagged sea of stone. Winter crept in. Food dwindled. Paths disappeared beneath snow and fog. But Sacagawea knew the land. These were the lands of her youth, and though years had passed, memory lingered like roots. She guided them through the Lolo Trail, helped them find shelter, found berries, bark, and roots to eat. In times of doubt, her calm was its own direction, and when they finally saw the Pacific Ocean in late 1805, it was not a victory shouted, but a breath taken. They had made it. They camped near the coast for the winter. The wind carried salt. The rain came often. They built Fort Clatsop and waited for spring. Sacagawea stayed with her baby and her husband, but her influence shaped daily life. She voted on where the group should camp, a rare moment when her voice was recorded alongside the men's on the return journey. She helped identify paths, landmarks, food. She requested to see a beached whale along the coast, a curiosity, not for study, but for her own wonder. Her role, though often unnamed, was never small, and when the expedition finally returned east in 1806, Sacagawea faded once more into the background. She was not given a title, no land, no medal, but she had done what none of them could. She had carried a child across a continent, through rivers and ridges, through memory and silence, and helped shape a nation's understanding of its own size. The quiet heroine after the journey, the records grow thin again. Sacagawea returned to her life with Charbonneau, raising her son at the Mandan villages. William Clark would later take custody of the boy and fund his education, a gesture of respect or perhaps of guilt. There are conflicting stories about her later years. Some say she died in 1812, not long after giving birth to a daughter. Others claim she lived for decades more, eventually returning to her Shoshone roots. What's certain is that history wrote her name in a softer hand than she deserved. Statues now stand in her honor. Rivers, peaks, and trails bear her name. But for years, her role was reduced to a footnote, the woman who carried the baby, Yet perhaps that's the most powerful part. She did not conquer. She did not command. She endured. She gave direction without demanding attention. She changed the course of a continent, not through politics or power, but through presence. Her strength was quiet, but it held the weight of the wild dot in a time when women were rarely seen, and native women even less so. She stepped into history with a cradleboard on her back and left footprints that would never fully fade tonight. As the world softens into sleep, picture her walking through tall grass, her child curled behind her, the wind in the cottonwoods, the hush of snow underfoot, the silence not of absence, but of strength, and in that stillness, remember not. All heroes shout. Some simply walk, steady and sure, through the hardest places, carrying more than just themselves. Chapter 16. Roald Amundsen, Conqueror of Ice, in the southern reaches of Norway, where snow falls thick and the wind moves like a whisper through pine, a boy was born in 1872 who would one day walk where few dared to breathe. His name was Roald Amundsen. He was the youngest of 4 sons, raised on a farm near the town of Borge, where the days were short in winter and long in summer, and where the cold wasn't feared, it was understood. His family hoped he would become a doctor. That was the path his mother chose for him, a quiet life of books and buildings. But Amundsen read different texts, tales of ice, of explorers, of the white silence at the edges of the earth. He read about Sir John Franklin and the doomed quest for the Northwest Passage, about the tragedy of bravery unprepared, about the hunger of men lost in snow when his mother died. Roald abandoned medicine. He left the warmth of walls and stepped into the open. He trained in navigation. He learned to sail. He studied the stars and the ice beneath them. He taught himself not just where to go, but how to survive once he got there. In the years that followed, Amundsen would become many things: sailor, skier, scientist. But always beneath it all, he was something simpler, a man shaped by cold, drawn toward the quiet ends of the world. He did not seek fame. He sought precision. And where others dreamed, he prepared. The Northwest Passage at the start of the 20th century, the fabled Northwest Passage's sea route through the Arctic, linking the Atlantic and Pacific, remained unsolved. For centuries, it had drawn empires, ships, and tragedy. Ice swallowed many. Starvation took more. The route, if it existed at all, was a cruel puzzle. Roald Amundsen believed it could be done. But he also believed it must be done differently. In 1903, with a small crew aboard a modest fishing boat named GGA, Amundsen set out. The ship was no grand vessel, just 70 feet long, built not for glory, but for maneuverability. They traveled quietly, hugging the coast of Canada's Arctic archipelago, weaving through narrow, icy channels. They did not rush. In fact, they stopped for 2 full winters, allowing the sea to freeze around them. While others might have seen it as failure, Amundsen saw it as opportunity. He learned. He lived among the Netzilik Inuit, watching how they moved, how they hunted, how they dressed. He saw that survival in the Arctic was not about endurance. It was about harmony. He adopted their fur clothing, their sleds, their food. He learned to read the snow not as obstacle, but as guide when they finally emerged on the other side. In 1906, they had done what no European expedition before them had. They had crossed the Northwest Passage not in a sprint, but in a whisper. It was not just a journey of maps. It was a journey of humility, of learning from those who had always known what others had tried to conquer. And Amundsen, though still little known, was quietly becoming a master of ice. The race to the South Pole in 1910, Roald Amundsen prepared for the North Pole. He raised funds, gathered a crew. But then news broke. Two American explorers, Frederick Cook and Robert Peary, both claimed to have reached it. The truth was murky, but the crown of first had already been laid. So Amundsen changed course. Quietly. He did not tell his crew until their ship, the Fram, had already left Europe. They would go south instead, their destination, the South. Pole.at the same time, British explorer Robert Falcon Scott was preparing his own expedition. Unlike Amundsen, Scott's was public, celebrated, and fueled by a spirit of noble suffering. The world watched, unknowingly placing two flags at the starting line, but Amundsen did not race. He calculated. He chose dogs over ponies hardy. Fast proven. He chose fur over wool. Simplicity over spectacle. While Scott's team struggled with mechanical sleds and exhausted horses, Amundsen's dogs thrived on routine and cold. He built supply depots along the way, marking each one carefully. His team trained on skis. They moved like shadows across the snow, leaving behind only shallow prints and breath. On December 14, 1911, Roald Amundsen and 4 companions stood at the bottom of the world. The South Pole barren, wind-torn, and flat. There were no mountains, no markers, just white and sky. They planted a Norwegian flag. They left a tent, a letter, and a small cache of supplies for Scott, should he arrive, and then they returned. Alive, efficient, unbroken, Scott's team would reach the pole 34 days later and die on the return. History would tell both stories. One of triumph, one of tragedy, but Amundsen's was the quieter tale. No grand gestures, just perfect planning and perfect execution in the harshest place on earth, a ghost in the fog. Amundsen's journeys did not end in the South. He continued exploring, pushing further into Arctic air. He flew dirigibles, sailed through ice, observed magnetic fields and shifting currents. But time moved on, and new explorers came. The world became more modern, less romantic. Planes replaced sleds. Radios replaced journals. Still, he remained drawn to the white edges, to the mystery of ice, and the silence it held. In 1928, an Italian airship called the Italia crashed returning from the North Pole. A rescue mission was launched. Amundsen, then 55, joined it. He boarded a small French seaplane, seeking the wreckage across the Arctic, somewhere over the Barents Sea. The plane disappeared. And a wreckage was ever found. No body, no note. Roald Amundsen was swallowed by the very landscape he had come to know. So well.it was, in some ways, fitting. He had never feared the cold. He had never demanded attention. He simply vanished like fog lifting off an iceberg, like a breath lost in the polar wind. His legacy is one of discipline, of listening, of survival through simplicity. He did not shout into the wind. He measured it. He moved with it. And because of that, he reached places others only dreamed of and returned. When they did not, tonight, as the world softens and settles into silence, imagine a field of snow stretching into forever. Imagine the crunch of boots, the quiet panting of dogs, the rhythm of a sled gliding across ice, and in that rhythm, let sleep take you. Let the cold be not fear, but calm. Let the silence be not empty, but full of the man who mastered it, step by quiet step. Chapter 17. Sir Edmund Hillary, the man who climbed the mountains. Edmund Hillary was born in 1919 in the quiet farming town of Tukau on New Zealand's North Island, a place of green fields and slow skies, where mountains sat far in the distance, almost like myths. He was a tall, thin boy, shy in nature and awkward in movement, more comfortable with books than with people. There was nothing in his early years to suggest the sky would ever call his name, but he walked. Long walks, quiet walks, and the more he walked, the stronger he grew, not in muscle, at first, but in mind. He read about adventures, imagined faraway places, dreamed of cold wind and distant ridges. In the classroom, he was unsure, but in the outdoors, he was steady. During a school trip to Mount Ruapehu, he first saw snow, real snow, deep and white, and gleaming in the sun. He climbed for hours, legs burning, lungs aching, and something inside him shifted. The air was thinner, the light was sharper, and the ground so far below seemed smaller than he'd ever imagined. After that, he couldn't stop thinking about mountains. His family moved to Auckland, where he trained as a beekeeper, a job that gave him summers to climb. With every new peak in the Southern Alps, he grew more sure-footed. Not fast, not flashy, but focused. New Zealand raised him in quiet, and he carried that quiet with him, even as the world turned its eyes upward toward Everest. Step by step, the years after World War II brought a restlessness to many, a sense that something greater had to be reached. For Edmund Hillary, that something was elevation. He trained in the Southern Alps, where the snow was sharp and the climbs unforgiving. His skill grew not from conquest, but from repetition. He learned how to set ropes, how to breathe thin air, how to endure the silence that came with height. In 1951, he joined a British reconnaissance expedition to Mount Everest, the world's highest peak. The mountain had defied every attempt to summit. Many had tried. Some had vanished. It was more than a climb. It was a mystery stitched in ice. Hillary proved himself useful, not only strong, but patient. He paid attention. He built trust. And when the British returned 2 years later for a full-scale assault on the summit, Hillary was invited. The expedition was massive. Dozens of climbers, porters, cooks, Sherpas. Among them was a man who would become history's other half of the climb, Tenzing Norgay, a seasoned Sherpa from Nepal with years of Himalayan experience. Step by step, They moved upward through valleys carved by wind, over glaciers split like cracked glass. Each base camp brought them closer. The air grew thinner. Movement slowed. Still, they climbed. On May 28, 1953, Hillary and Tenzing were chosen for the final attempt. They set out the next morning, pushing toward the summit under cold sun and fragile air, step by step. Ice axe boot, Everest, and the Sherpa on May 29, 1953, at 11:30 in the morning. Two men stood at the highest point on Earth, 29,029 feet above sea level. There was no flag-planting ceremony, no speeches, just snow and sky and silence. Edmund Hillary and Tenzing Norgay had reached the summit of Mount Everest. They shook hands. Then Tenzing embraced Hillary. They took a photograph, buried a few small items in the snow, including a chocolate bar and a small cross. Then they looked around. The view was not endless. Clouds swirled. The wind whispered. But they were there. For a moment, the world felt still. They stayed only 15 minutes. The air was too thin for more. The descent was as dangerous as the climb, and they knew it. But something had shifted, not just for them, but for everyone. News of the summit reached London just as Queen Elizabeth II was being crowned. Hillary was knighted, Tenzing honored. Their names became woven into the language of adventure, but Hillary did not speak of glory. He simply said, "We knocked the bastard off." It wasn't ego. It was relief. And underneath it all, a deep respect for the mountain, for the Sherpa beside him, for the journey itself. They had climbed not to conquer, but to arrive, and they had arrived together. A life of service after Everest Hillary could have lived in ease. He could have written books, given speeches, basked in the spotlight. But he returned not to the mountain's peak, but to its people. He saw the Sherpa communities not as background to a great expedition, but as families, as individuals who had given him more than he could ever repay. He began building with funds raised through speaking engagements and donations. Hillary helped construct schools, hospitals, airstrips, and bridges throughout the Khumbu region of Nepal. He founded the Himalayan Trust, a non-profit organization dedicated to improving lives in the shadow of Everest. He built libraries, trained teachers, supported environmental protection for the mountains that had meant so much to him. When tragedy struck the loss of his wife and daughter in a plane crash in 1975, he grieved not in public rage, but in quiet resilience. He kept building. His service extended beyond Nepal. He served as New Zealand's High Commissioner to India and Bangladesh. He traveled to both poles. He continued exploring, but always with purpose and always with a kind of calm, grounded grace. Until his death in 2008, Sir Edmund Hillary remained humble. He once said he was just an ordinary person with ordinary qualities, but the world saw something more, not a man who climbed for fame, but one who used that climb to lift others. Tonight, as the sky softens and the air grows still, picture two figures stepping through snow, their breath curling in silence. Imagine a peak touched not by conquest, but by humility. And beyond it, a life spent giving, not taking, a life that showed the highest summits are not just climbed, they are lived. Chapter 18. Mary Kingsley Explorer in a Corset. Mary Kingsley was born in 1862 in Victorian England, a place where curiosity in women was often treated as something to tame, not something to encourage. Her world was made of lace, propriety, and long pauses. But in the quiet corners of her life, something else was growing, something wild. Her father, George Kingsley, was a doctor and a traveler, often away on expeditions. When he was home, he filled the house with stories of foreign lands and lectures on science. He let Mary listen. He let her learn. Her mother, however, was unwell. For most of her young life, Mary stayed home to care for her. She was not sent to school like her brother. She read in stolen hours books on anthropology, medicine, and natural history. Her education was stitched together by candlelight and whispers. By her early 30s, both of her parents had died. Mary was alone, unmarried, untethered, and free. She did something very few women of her time dared. She packed a bag and boarded a ship to West Africa. No fanfare, no sponsors, no grand mission, just a longing to learn, to see, to walk where no Englishwoman had walked. She wore a high-necked blouse, a corset, heavy boots, and beneath it all, a wool made of iron. The coast of Sierra Leone shimmered in the heat as she stepped off the boat. The rainforest breathed around her, and the rules she had been taught began to melt in the air. Fish, fang, and fire. Mary Kingsley's travels took her deep into the rivers and forests of modern-day Angola, Gabon, and Cameroon, places largely unvisited by Europeans, especially women. But she did not arrive to conquer or convert. She arrived to observe, armed with jars, notebooks, and a surprisingly sharp sense of humor. Mary moved through mangroves and mountain paths with a determination that stunned even the traders and missionaries she met. She was fascinated by fish, especially the strange, long-breathing ones found in remote pools. She collected dozens of species, many unknown to Western science. She fished not for sport, but for taxonomy. But Africa was more than a collection of samples. It was alive. In every rustle of palm, every turn of the river, she paddled upstream in dugout canoes, slept in villages, ate local food, fought off swarms of mosquitoes, endured fevers, and once reportedly fell into a trap meant for leopards, escaping with a laugh and a few scratches. In her journals, she wrote with clarity and care. She challenged the stories that painted Africans as savages. She dismissed missionary tales of cannibalism and moral decay. She saw cultures, not caricatures, lives, not labels. There were dangers, yes. Leeches in the water, fever in the air. Once a hippo nearly upturned her canoe. But Mary met each with a calm steadiness. She was not fearless. She was simply focused, and where others brought weapons or sermons, she brought questions. Respect in the rainforest. What set Mary Kingsley apart was not just where she went, but how she went. She did not try to civilize the people she met. She didn't preach. She didn't assume superiority. Instead, she asked. She watched. She learned in villages where she stayed. She listened to stories. She respected customs. She laughed when laughter was shared, and was silent when silence was sacred. She often traveled alone, or with African porters she trusted deeply. She avoided the colonial circles of European settlements. She wrote frankly about the harm she saw, the arrogance of empire, the blindness of those who claimed to know but never looked. She climbed Mount Cameroon, an active volcano, in skirts and hobnailed boots. She got lost in the forest and found her way back using instinct and observation. She encountered groups labeled dangerous by outsiders and was treated with kindness and welcome. She understood that the land shaped the people, and the people, in turn, shaped the land. Her writings were later compiled into two books, Travels in West Africa and West African Studies. They stunned readers in Britain. Here was a woman unaccompanied, unguarded, and unafraid, speaking with authority on cultures few in England had ever tried to understand, and she did it all without a single claim to heroism. She simply saw what was there and told the truth. A death too soon in 1900. War broke out, the Second Boer War between the British and the Dutch-descended Boers in South Africa. Mary Kingsley could have stayed home. She could have written more books, lived quietly, been honored, but instead she volunteered, not as a soldier, not as a writer, but as a nurse. She traveled to Cape Town and began caring for soldiers wounded, in battle and burning with disease. She worked long hours in crowded tents. The heat was heavy. Supplies were short. But her resolve was the same as it had been in the rainforest. Days into her service, she contracted typhoid fever. She died on June 3, 1900. At the age of 37. In her will, she asked to be buried at sea. Her body was taken out into the Atlantic and lowered beneath the waves, quiet and dignified, like the way she had lived. Her passing shocked those who had read her books, laughed at her wit, followed her journeys. But in West Africa, and among those who knew her path firsthand, her name remained not as a novelty, but as a sign of respect. She had walked lightly and listened deeply. She had collected not just fish, but understanding. Tonight, as you lay still beneath your own sky, picture a river winding through deep green trees. Hear the insects hum. Feel the heat of the air, thick and alive. And imagine her a woman with boots, a corset, a notebook, stepping gently through it all, not to change the world, just to see it clearly. Chapter 19. Alexander von Humboldt, the forgotten visionary. In 1769, in the courts of Prussia, a child was born into wealth, a boy named Alexander von Humboldt. Surrounded by marble floors and private tutors, he had every reason to stay. Indoors, behind books and banquet tables. But while others taught him Latin and law, Alexander's true fascination lay elsewhere, in the shape of leaves, the paths of rivers, the silence of distant peaks. From an early age, Humboldt was drawn to nature, not as a backdrop for nobility, but as a living voice. He studied plants not just for their beauty, but for their patterns. He saw connections between soil and sky, between insects and atmosphere. He believed the earth was not a collection of parts, but a system, a web Still, duty pulled at him. He trained in mining engineering, managing quarries and mineral studies for the Prussian state. It was work, but not wonder. He longed for open air, for untouched land, for discovery that moved through the body, not just the mind. When his mother passed away, Humboldt inherited enough wealth to finally do what his heart had long whispered. Leave. In 1799, with permission from the Spanish crown, he set out for South America. He brought with him instruments, barometers, thermometers, sextants, and notebooks. But more importantly, he brought a question. What is the earth, really? And how do we begin to hear what it's trying to tell us? Across the Andes, Humboldt's journey through Latin America was not one of leisure. It was grueling, dangerous, and profound. From the steaming Amazon basin to the snowy spires of the Andes, he climbed, trekked, and measured. He traveled with botanist Aim Bonpland, and together they hauled nearly 50 scientific instruments across thousands of miles in canoes, on foot, by mule. In the mountains of Ecuador, Humboldt climbed Chimborazo, then believed to be the tallest mountain in the world. At over 20,000 feet, the air thinned, frost biting their hands and slowing their lungs. They didn't reach the summit, but they went higher than any European before them. He recorded everything. The change in vegetation with elevation, the drop in temperature, the difference in animal life. He collected plants, charted magnetic forces, and tested the boiling point of water at altitude. What he saw was this: altitude was like latitude. The climate zones of a mountain mirrored those of the planet. The plants at its base resembled tropical forests. The summit mimicked the poles. Earth's patterns, he realized, were not random. They were structured, rhythmic, and deeply interconnected. In Lima, he used a pendulum to measure Earth's shape. In Caracas, he studied electric eels. In the Orinoco, he traced rivers and mapped stars. But through it all, one idea began to take root. Nature wasn't a machine. It was a tapestry. Everything touched everything else. The web of the world. When Humboldt returned to Europe in 1804, he brought back more than samples. He brought a new way of thinking. His lectures in Paris drew crowds. Scientists, artists, politicians, they all came to hear him speak. Not just because he had traveled far, but because he spoke of nature not as conquest, but as relationship. He published a series of books, personal narrative, views of nature, and eventually Cosmos, a sweeping, poetic attempt to describe the entire physical universe. In his writings, he braided together disciplines: geography, biology, meteorology, art, and emotion. He insisted that understanding the earth meant standing in its wind, touching its stones, feeling its heat, and listening. He drew one of the first isothermal maps connecting regions by temperature rather than borders. He predicted human-induced climate change in the 1800s, warning that deforestation in South America would change rainfall patterns. He described the Earth as a single great organism, a vision later echoed in the Gaia theory. To Humboldt, science was not cold. It was full of wonder. Data and side by side, he wrote not just for scholars, but for the soul. He believed that to protect nature, we must first feel it, not just see the forest, but understand the life that pulses beneath its shade, echoes. In Einstein, as the 19th century turned, Humboldt's name was everywhere. Schools, rivers, and towns bore it. He was quoted by presidents, kings, and poets. Thomas Jefferson corresponded with him. Charles Darwin called him the greatest scientific traveler who ever lived, and when Darwin set sail on the Beagle, it was with Humboldt's books packed in his trunk. He had planted seeds in minds all over the world. Ecology, climatology, earth sciences, all found early roots in his pages, and yet, as time passed, his name began to fade, his ideas were absorbed, but not always attributed. His poetic style fell out of favor in a more industrial, dissecting age. Scientists became specialists. Disciplines split apart, but in quiet places, Humboldt's spirit endured. Albert Einstein read him. Rachel Carson echoed his warnings. John Muir and the founders of the conservation movement carried his reverence for wilderness. Today, his name flickers back into light, not as a footnote, but as a foundation. The climate crisis has revived his insights. The urgency of interconnectedness between forests, oceans, people, and planet rings louder than ever, and in every modern map that tracks wind or temperature or ecosystems, his fingerprints remain, not because he sought legacy, but because he saw clearly. Tonight, as your eyes grow heavy and the day falls quiet, imagine standing on the slopes of a mountain as clouds drift below your feet. Feel the air thin. Watch how life shifts with every step upward. And know, deep in your breath, that the earth is not a puzzle to solve but a poem to read. And Humboldt, long forgotten by history's loudest voices, was one of the first to teach us how. Chapter 20. Isabella Bird, the Victorian Vagabond. In 1831, in the quiet lanes of Yorkshire, England, Isabella Bird was born into a world that doubted her. From a young age, she was marked by illness, a weak spine, migraines, insomnia, depression. Doctors advised rest, quiet stillness. But inside her small, aching body burned a hunger for something else. Not comfort, not control, but motion. She was the daughter of a clergyman, raised on scripture, grammar, and restraint. But her father gave her books, and with them, a telescope to look far beyond her window. As she read about wild lands and distant peoples, she imagined herself there not as a passenger, but as a witness. Her health ebbed and flowed. Each flare-up sent her back to bed. Each recovery found her pacing again. She walked when others rode, climbed when others rested. She refused to fade. At 23, her doctors suggested something radical. Travel. So she did. Her first journey took her across the Atlantic to the United States and Canada. She wrote home long, vivid letters describing everything she saw. Friends encouraged her to publish them. She did. And to her surprise, they sold. Thus began a life of movement, of walking farther than anyone expected, of seeing what few thought women should see. She traveled to India, to Persia, to the American West, to Japan. Her body remained delicate, but her will did not. Pain followed her, but never stopped her. She once wrote, I feel that I was meant for the wild. And so she chased it not with speed, but with steady steps from Hawaii to Tibet. Isabella's travels carried her across oceans and over mountains not for fame, but for feeling. In Hawaii, then known as the Sandwich Islands, she found herself enchanted by volcanic slopes and lush valleys. She rode horses across lava fields, climbed Mauna Kea, and studied the native culture with open curiosity. Her letters described not just the landscape, but the spirit of the place. Her words glowed with sunlight and salt. From there, she went to Japan, a nation just emerging from centuries of isolation. She rode with samurai retainers, slept in peasant huts, and wandered cities still adjusting to the shock of Western contact. She spoke of the colors, the courtesy, the contrasts, always observing, always recording. In China and Korea, she journeyed through unrest and unfamiliarity, unarmed, unafraid. She learned the art of watching, not judging, and allowed her mind to stretch beyond the borders of Victorian thinking. But it was in Tibet, still closed to most Europeans, where she tested the limits of exploration. In 1890, at nearly 60 years old, she traveled to its edges. She faced sandstorms, altitude sickness, and political hostility. Still, she pressed on. She was often the first European woman the people she met had ever seen. But she greeted them, not as novelty, but as neighbor. Everywhere she went, she carried her notebook. She recorded not just events, but atmosphere. The smell of pine smoke, the feel of worn saddle leather, the weight of a stranger's kindness. In each line, she captured not just what was there, but what it meant. A horse called Birdie among all her journeys. It was Colorado that gave her something rare, joy. In 1873, Isabella traveled to the Rocky Mountains. The air was thin, the land wild, the sky wider than any cathedral. Here, she felt well stronger than she had in years. Her illnesses faded beneath the snow-capped peaks. She bought a horse, a small, scrappy mare she named Birdie. Together, they rode up through mountain passes, along narrow trails, across icy creeks. Birdie didn't gallop, she scrambled, climbed, endured. Just like Isabella. In Estes Park, Isabella lived among settlers, trappers, and ranchers. She met a one-eyed outlaw named Jim Nugent, Rocky Mountain Jim. Their friendship was deep and curious. He was gruff, scarred, poetic. She was curious, gentle, bold. They rode together through forests laced with autumn gold. Climbed Long's Peak, a perilous ascent few dared to attempt, especially women. But Isabella reached the summit, and when she stood there, wind in her hair, sky stretching forever, she felt free in a way no drawing room could offer. Her time in Colorado changed her. It showed her what her body could still do. It taught her that solitude could be strength. She wrote about it in A Lady's Life in the Rocky Mountains, one of her most beloved books. And in those pages, readers saw not just the American frontier, but a woman claiming space, one hoofprint at a time. She wrote with joy, with wit, with reverence for the wild. And somewhere out there, in the echo of a trail, her horse Birdie still rides. Letters of the wild Isabella Bird didn't write like a scientist or a conqueror. She wrote like someone in love with the world, with Its messiness, with its mystery, her books became bestsellers. Victorian readers, often bound by corsets and curtains, devoured her stories. Through her eyes, they saw volcanoes and valleys, monks and merchants, snow and silence, but her work was more than storytelling. It was testimony. She documented the lives of those often ignored, women in remote villages, children in mountain huts, laborers who shared their fire and food. She gave them space in history. She also challenged her own culture. She questioned colonial arrogance, critiqued missionary overreach, and argued for nuance in a time of generalization. She wasn't perfect, no one is, but she tried to understand, not just describe. In later years, she became the first woman inducted into the Royal Geographical Society. She continued to travel well into her 60s, even through China during times of political upheaval. When she died in 1904, she left behind 16 books and countless miles. But more than that, she left a way of seeing. She showed that exploration didn't require conquest, that bravery didn't require fanfare, that being alone didn't mean being lost. She proved that you could be delicate and daring, soft and strong. Tonight, as your room quiets and your thoughts begin to wander, imagine a small woman riding beneath a wide western sky, a notebook in her pocket, a horse named Birdie at her side, and let her journey carry you gently towards sleep, one step, one word, one wonder at a time. Chapter 21. Jacques Cousteau, explorer of the deep. In the warm summer of 1920, a young boy named Jacques sat by the Mediterranean shore in the south of France. He had broken his arm, a messy, painful accident. For weeks he was confined. To rest. No climbing trees. No running. No adventures. His world, once lively and bursting with color, turned still, but stillness has a way of opening new windows. Jacques began to watch the sea. Hour after hour, he'd sit by the water's edge, his eyes tracing the movement of the tides, the way sunlight scattered on the waves. Something about the water comforted him. It was quiet. It was endless. And it stirred something deep inside him, not fear, not sadness, but wonder. His recovery was slow, but the fascination with the sea stayed with him. He started swimming to rebuild his strength. The cool water held him gently, and like the rigid casts and braces he'd worn for weeks, he soon became stronger, more confident. And with each swim, his connection to the ocean deepened. By the time Jacques was a teenager, he was already diving, not with oxygen tanks, not with fancy gear, just goggles and breath. The underwater world became his secret garden, hidden beneath the waves. He spoke little of it to others, but inside, he felt a kind of magic there. Rocks shaped like forgotten cities, fish that shimmered like coins, silence perfect and complete. The sea, once only a view from the shore, had become a place of belonging. For Jacques Cousteau, the ocean wasn't just water. It was a home for dreams, a place where the noise of the world faded away and something ancient whispered back, invention below the waves. As Jacques grew older, he joined the French Navy, where his curiosity met opportunity. The military gave him the chance to travel the world and test the limits of what was possible. But his real love still lay beneath the surface, beneath the ocean's skin dot. In the early 1940s, underwater exploration was limited. Divers could only stay down for short periods, tethered to air hoses that connected them to the surface. These hoses made it hard to move freely, and they put divers in danger. Jacques dreamed of something different, a way to stay longer, to dive deeper. Untethered and free, that dream led him to Miles Gannon, a French engineer. Gannon had developed a valve system for regulating gas in car engines during fuel shortages in the war. Together, Cousteau and Gannon saw a new purpose for the device, breathing underwater. After months of trials and adjustments, they created what would become known as the aqua lung in 1943, a self-contained breathing device that allowed divers to move without surface connections. For the first time in history, a person could slip beneath the waves and explore the underwater world. At their own pace, it was revolutionary. The aqua lung opened doors that had never before existed. Now, the ocean was not just a mystery, it was a landscape that could be seen, studied, and recorded. Jacques became more than a diver. He became an inventor, a pioneer. He tested the limits of his own device, swimming beside towering reefs and sunken ships. He brought cameras with him, capturing images of strange fish and forests of coral. He was no longer just exploring, he was documenting. The invention marked the beginning of a new era in underwater exploration. It made the sea a little less mysterious and a lot more accessible. For Jacques, it wasn't about conquering the ocean. It was about understanding it quietly, carefully, respectfully. The Silent World in 1956, Jacques Cousteau released a documentary called The Silent World. It was unlike anything audiences had ever seen. Filmed entirely underwater, it brought the colors and creatures of the deep into people's homes for the very first time. The film was shot using cameras Cousteau's team had specially designed for diving. Each scene moved slowly, softly, like a dream. Schools of fish glided past the lens. Jellyfish pulsed like tiny stars. Coral reefs swayed like underwater gardens. There were no loud sounds, no quick cuts, just the rhythm of the ocean and the quiet presence of those who watched it. Viewers were mesmerized. Children sat cross-legged on floors, eyes wide, as giant sea turtles floated across their television screens. Adults leaned closer, seeing with fresh eyes what had always seemed distant and unreachable. The film won the Palme d'Or at the Cannes Film Festival, a rare honor for a documentary, and later an Academy Award. But Cousteau was not content to stop with one film. He continued his work, creating series after series, The Undersea World of Jacques Cousteau, Oasis in Space, and more. Each project was a new window into life below the surface. With his iconic red cap and calm narration, Cousteau became a guide not just through the ocean, but through the emotions it stirred. Peace, humility. This style was gentle, never urgent. Scenes lingered. Music played softly in the background. Viewers weren't rushed. They were invited to slow down, to observe, to feel wonder again. His ship, the Calypso, became both a laboratory and a character in its own right. Crewed by scientists, engineers, and filmmakers, it sailed across the globe, from the icy waters of Antarctica to the tropical reefs of the Indian Ocean. Every voyage brought new discoveries, not only about marine life, but about ourselves. How small we are, how connected we must be. The silent world was not silent after all. It spoke through color, through motion, through mystery. Jacques Cousteau helped the world listen. Guarding the blue, by the 1970s, the world was changing. Industry was expanding. Oceans were warming. Coral reefs were bleaching, and fish populations were dropping. What had once seemed eternal now looked fragile. Jacques saw it early. He noticed fewer fish on his dives, thinner coral, more pollution. Plastic debris floated where only water should be. Oil spills darkened coastlines. It was as if the ocean was whispering a warning, one that many couldn't yet hear, but Cousteau heard it. And he began to speak at a time when environmentalism was still young. Cousteau used his voice and films to warn of what was being lost. He wrote books, gave speeches, and produced documentaries not just to celebrate the sea, but to protect it. He founded the Cousteau Society in 1973, a nonprofit organization dedicated to marine conservation. Through it, he pushed for protected ocean zones, better fishing practices, and international cooperation to keep marine ecosystems safe. He met with world leaders, advised governments, and inspired laws. His message was simple: we cannot live without the sea. One of his most famous quotes captured his philosophy. The sea, once it casts its spell, holds one in its net of wonder forever. But wonder alone was not enough. Action was needed. Awareness had to grow. Cousteau didn't blame. He educated. He didn't accuse. He showed. He understood that people could only protect what they loved, and they could only love what they understood. In his later years, he turned more of his focus to the future. He worried about rising temperatures, dying reefs, and the poisoning of marine life. He spoke of balance, of harmony, ideas that were poetic, but also scientific. His tone remained calm, never alarmist. But his urgency was clear. We were running out of time to change. Today, many of the issues he warned about are part of daily headlines. But decades ago, his voice stood nearly alone. He was a bridge between science and soul, someone who translated data into feeling and fear into hope. Jacques Cousteau passed away in 1997, but his legacy flows on. In every marine sanctuary, in every child who dreams of being an ocean explorer, in every diver who watches the sea with quiet reverence, he gave us more than images. He gave us perspective. He reminded us that the ocean is not just water, it is life, and it is listening. Chapter 22. Yuri Gagarin first in the stars, in a quiet corner of western Russia, where the winters were long and the fields stretched wide, a boy named Yuri was born in 1934. His home was the village of Klushino, a small dot on the map, surrounded by pine forests and open skies. His father was a carpenter, and his mother worked on a dairy farm. Their life was simple, modest, but not without wonder. Yuri grew up during war. When the German army invaded the Soviet Union, his village was occupied. He was only 7. Soldiers took over their home, and his family had to live in a small dugout behind the house. These years were dark, but they didn't dim the light in Yuri's eyes. If anything, the hardship made him more curious, more alive. When the war ended, Yuri helped rebuild. He learned quickly. He liked school, especially science and math. But what he loved most was the sky. He watched the clouds drift over the village fields and imagined what lay beyond them. He would stare up and wonder, what is out there? One day, Yuri saw a plane land near his village. It was loud, sleek, and unlike anything he had ever touched. He ran toward it, drawn like a magnet. The pilot smiled at him, and for a moment, Yuri felt something shift inside. That day planted a seed, one that would grow, quietly and surely, with every passing year. He joined a flying club as a teenager. The moment he lifted off the ground, he knew this was it. Flight was not just a thrill. It was a calling. He trained as a pilot, studying hard, keeping his focus sharp. He was small in stature, but quick, precise, and full of quiet strength. As the world moved toward the stars, the Soviet Union searched for someone to make history. Someone brave, calm, and ready to face the unknown. Among the many, Yuri stood, out not just for his skills, but for something deeper. A steadiness, a quiet courage, and a smile that never wavered. Strapped to a rocket, it was April 12, 1961. The dawn sky above Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan was clear and cold. On the launch pad stood Vostok 1, a gleaming capsule perched on top of a powerful rocket. Inside, strapped tightly to his seat, was Yuri Gagarin. He was 27 years old. The world held its breath. Yuri's pulse was steady. His suit fit snugly around him, wires running from his helmet, his chest, his wrists. Around him, the cabin was cramped, less room than the inside of a small car. Above him, tons of fuel waited, ready to ignite. The countdown began. Metal clanged. Wires hummed. Ground control whispered final checks. Then, a flash. A roar. The earth trembled as fire pushed skyward. Vostok 1 lifted into the morning air, leaving behind the dust, the grass, and the spinning globe below. For the first time in history, a human being was leaving Earth. The ride-up was fierce. Gagarin's body pressed hard into his seat as the rocket pierced through the atmosphere. Clouds blurred, then vanished. The blue sky turned dark, then black, and then suddenly silence. Weightlessness, he had made it. He was in space. The capsule orbited Earth, once a single smooth path around the planet. In 108 minutes, Yuri saw what no human had seen with their own eyes. Oceans curled like blue silk. Clouds spun across continents. Cities twinkled like stars below him. He spoke to ground control. He stayed calm, focused. But in his heart, he knew this was bigger than anything he could say. In those moments, he wasn't just Yuri from Klushino. He was the first of all of us to truly see our home. From the outside, .as, the orbit ended. Vostok 1 ray entered Earth's atmosphere. The heat shield blazed. The capsule shook. At the last moment, Gagarin ejected and parachuted safely to the ground, landing in a quiet field. Just as he had once dreamed as a boy, the flight had lasted less than 2 hours. But it changed the course of history, and no borders from above when Yuri returned. The world changed overnight. Crowds lined the streets. People wept. Children reached for his hand. He was no longer just a cosmonaut, he was a symbol, a face of possibility, a bridge between earth and sky, but behind the medals and parades. It was Yuri's words that lingered. When asked what he saw from space, he didn't speak of politics or power. He spoke of beauty, of quiet, of Earth as a whole. He said, "The Earth is blue, and it is beautiful," a simple line, but one that echoed far and wide. For centuries, maps had drawn lines, borders between nations, between people. But from space, none of that could be seen. There were no fences, no flags. Just land, ocean, cloud, and curve. Yuri's flight happened during the Cold War, a time of deep tension between the East and the West. Yet, in that moment, his journey felt bigger than rivalry. It was human, not just Soviet, a step forward. For all, his observations reminded people of something essential, that we all live on one small planet, spinning in vast silence. That what divides us here disappears when seen from far away. This idea took root. Scientists, poets, teachers, they all began to speak more of Earth as home. The environmental movement gained strength. Space exploration became not just about reaching the stars, but about understanding our place among them. Gagarin's orbit became more than a record. It became a message whispered not in triumph, but in tenderness. We are one world, a smile that launched a dream Yuri Gagarin lived. Only 7 years after his historic flight. In 1968, he died during a routine training flight when his jet crashed in a forest near Moscow. He was just 34 years old. His death shook the world. It felt too soon, too unfair. But Yuri's story didn't end there. His legacy grew in schools. Across the globe, children studied space and drew rockets with red stars and blue windows. They learned his name not as a footnote, but as a beginning. Museums held pieces of his capsule. Streets were named after him. Statues rose, not in grand show, but in quiet remembrance. What made Yuri special wasn't just that he went to space. It was how he carried that experience. He stayed humble. He stayed kind. He met people with warmth, no matter where they came from. He never claimed greatness. He simply shared the view. That smile, wide, bright, unforced, became a symbol of courage wrapped in humanity. The kind that invites others forward. Instead of standing alone, every astronaut who came after him walked in his path. Every launch echoed the one he took. His journey showed that the sky was not a limit, but an invitation. That dreams, no matter how distant, could be touched. Today, satellites orbit quietly above. Telescopes scan distant stars. Probes fly past distant planets. But it began with one man, one loop around the Earth, one boy from a small village who once looked up and didn't stop dreaming. Yuri Gagarin was the first to leave our world even if just for a moment. And in doing so, he brought us all closer to it. Chapter 23, Valentina Tereshkova, the first woman in space, in the village of Maslenikovo, tucked along the banks of the Volga River in central Russia. A girl was born into a world still recovering from war. Her name was Valentina. The year was 1937, and life was not easy. Her father, a tractor driver, died during World War II, leaving her mother to raise 3 children alone. While working at a textile factory, Valentina learned strength early. She helped where she could, went to school when possible, and by her. Teens joined her mother in the factory, threading looms and lifting heavy rolls of cloth. It was physical work, repetitive and demanding. But it built in her something steady, a discipline, a patience, and a kind of quiet resilience. Outside of work, Valentina found another passion, parachuting. She joined a local flying club and learned to leap from planes, slicing through the sky with a parachute on her back. With every jump, she grew more confident, more free. The rush of air, the open sky, the long silence of falling, it stirred something deeper in her. Not just thrill, but clarity. She wasn't just falling. She was flying in 1961, when Yuri Gagarin orbited the Earth. The Soviet Union looked for a new symbol, someone who could show that the stars were for everyone. Not just men. Not just soldiers. When the call went out for women cosmonauts, Valentina raised her hand. She had no formal aviation training, no university degree, but she had hundreds of parachute jumps, a strong body, and a stronger will. She was chosen not just for what she had done, but for who she was, grounded, focused, and unafraid to step into the unknown. For 2 years, she trained alongside other women, learning to endure zero gravity, isolation, and the intense conditions of spaceflight. Each task tested her, from simulations that spun her body in endless circles to survival drills in harsh wilderness settings. But she stayed steady. She knew this journey wasn't just hers. It was for every girl who had ever stared at the sky and wondered what waited beyond the clouds. Vostok 6, on June 16, 1963, Valentina Tereshkova became the first woman to launch into space. Her spacecraft, Vostok 6, rose into the sky just 2 years after Gagarin's historic flight. Unlike him, she would fly solo. No co-pilot. No companion. Just her, strapped inside a tight capsule, circling Earth alone. Her call sign was Cheka. Russian for seagull, it suited her. A creature of air and grace, gliding through the blue dot. As the engines roared beneath her and the rocket lifted, Valentina felt the full force of gravity pulling her downward. But soon that pull vanished. The sky darkened. Her body became weightless. The earth curved below her, wrapped in clouds and color. For nearly 3 days, she orbited the planet 48 times more than any human had in a single flight until then. She floated in her small cabin, monitoring instruments, recording observations, speaking to ground control when she could. Outside, the stars blinked in silence. In space, time stretches. Hours feel long. The smallest sound is sharp. And yet, There is peace in the repetition, the steady turn of the earth below, the gentle hum of systems working, the soft pulse of breath inside a helmet. Valentina was not just part of history. She was making it, moment by moment, loop by loop, with the planet spinning slowly beneath her feet, back on Earth. Her mission was broadcast widely. Crowds gathered to listen. Children pointed at the sky. Women, in particular, watched with wonder. A woman in space not imagined, not fictional, real, present, and flying above them. Her journey was not just a technical achievement. It was symbolic. It said something bold, that courage has no gender. That space is not only for the strong, but for the brave, and bravery wears many faces. Starlight in her eyes, the days aboard Vostok 6 were not easy. The cabin was cramped, barely enough room to stretch. Food came in small tubes, difficult to eat in zero gravity. Her body floated, constantly pressing against the straps that kept her anchored. And then there was the nausea, a constant wave that came and went, leaving her tired and drained. On the second day, a glitch was discovered in the spacecraft's navigation system. Instead of preparing to descend, the system was programmed to ascend, a small error with big consequences. If not corrected, it could have sent her into a higher orbit, away from Earth. Without return, ground control noticed the problem and quietly sent new instructions. Valentina never knew how close the call had been until years later. In that moment, she simply followed orders, adjusted course, and prepared for re-entry. Through it all, she remained calm. No panic, no complaints, just quiet focus, the same kind she had learned at the loom and on the parachute line. Her mind stayed clear, her voice steady. She also carried personal weight. Letters from her mother, a small notebook, a promise to return not just safely, but proudly for all who had placed their hopes in her. The re-entry was rough. The spacecraft re-entered the atmosphere at high speed, the heat shield glowing, the cabin shaking. Valentina braced for the landing. At the final moment, she ejected and parachuted down just as she had trained. She landed in a field, greeted not by officials, but by local farmers and curious children. She smiled, waved, and stood upright. The mission was complete, though. Exhausted, she looked up once more at the sky, at the stars, at the place she had just come from. And in her eyes there was still light. A light that came not just from space, but from within, a name written in stars. When Valentina returned to Earth, she was celebrated as a hero, the first woman to touch the stars. Her flight had lasted just under 3 days, but its meaning stretched far beyond time. She received medals, gave speeches, visited schools and parliaments. She met leaders from every continent, but she carried herself not as a celebrity, but as a messenger, someone who had seen what was possible and wanted to pass it on. Her flight changed how people saw women, not just in space programs, but in classrooms, offices, and homes. It challenged old ideas about who could lead, who could explore, who could dare. She became a symbol not only of Soviet pride, but of human progress. For decades after, she remained active in politics, education, and science. She mentored younger cosmonauts. She pushed for peace, for learning, for opportunity. Always with grace. Always with that same quiet strength. She often said she wished she could fly again. But even once was enough to inspire millions. Valentina Tereshkova's name is etched into the sky, not in metal or stone, but in the minds of those who dream. Every girl who gazes at the stars and says, "Why not me?" echoes her spirit. Today, space missions are global. Teams of men and women work side by side, building on the legacy she began. The sky no longer feels closed. It feels open, shared, full of possibility, and high above, where stars shimmer quietly in the black, Valentina's story floats gently, like a signal steady, warm, and unbroken. Chapter 24. Neil Armstrong, the first step. In the small town of Wapakoneta, Ohio, the days moved slowly, like the wide rivers that carved their way through the land. It was there in 1930 that Neil Alden Armstrong was born. A quiet boy, thoughtful and curious, Neil spent his early years gazing upward. While other children ran through fields, Neil often stood still, eyes lifted to the sky. His fascination with flight began early. At just 6 years old, he took his first airplane ride with his father, a short hop in a Ford trimotor. The sound of the engines, the view from above, the strange feeling of being lifted from the earth, it stayed with him. Something clicked. He didn't know what it meant yet, only that he wanted more of it. As he grew older, that curiosity didn't fade. Instead, it sharpened. He built model planes, read thick books on flight mechanics. And when he wasn't reading, he was tinkering. He had a careful way about him, not loud or boastful, but focused, always watching, always thinking. At T-15, Neil began flying lessons at a nearby airfield. He paid for them by working at the airport, mowing grass and fueling planes. By 16, before he could drive a car, he had earned his pilot's license. The world around him was changing. War had ended, technology was accelerating, and the skies were opening up. But Neil remained grounded in something steady, a deep love for flying, and a calmness that would carry him through everything that came next. He studied aerospace engineering at Purdue University and became a naval aviator, flying combat missions in the Korean War. Afterward, he joined the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics, the organization that would later become NASA. There, as a test pilot, he flew some of the most advanced aircraft ever built, pushing the limits of speed and altitude. But through it all, Neil stayed the same. Quiet, focused, humble. The kind of man who didn't need the world to look at him, only the sky. Apollo 11, by the 1960s, the space race was fully underway. The Soviet Union had launched Sputnik. Yuri Gagarin had orbited the Earth. And the United States had made a bold promise to land a man on the moon and return him safely before the end of the decade. Neil Armstrong was chosen to lead that promise. He, trained as part of NASA's astronaut corps, undergoing intense simulations, long hours in command modules, and endless drills. Every detail was reviewed, every scenario imagined. Failure was not just a possibility, it was a constant presence, one that had to be respected and prepared for. Armstrong's mission would be Apollo 11, alongside Buzz Aldrin and Michael Collins. He would journey farther than any human had gone. The goal: to reach the moon, land safely, explore, and come back. It was a plan built on courage, precision, and millions of tiny calculations. On July 16, 1969, Apollo 11 launched from Cape Kennedy. The rocket shook the ground, flames pushing it skyward. Inside, the three astronauts sat motionless, strapped into a capsule no bigger than a small room, surrounded by switches, wires, and silence. 4 days later, the spacecraft reached lunar orbit. Then the time came. Armstrong and Aldrin entered the lunar module, a fragile, spindly craft named Eagle, and began their descent. As they dropped toward the surface, alarms rang out. The computers were overloaded. Fuel was low. Armstrong took manual control, guiding the craft gently, carefully, searching for a clear spot among the rocks and dust. With just seconds of fuel left, the Eagle touched down. "Houston," he radioed. "Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed, back on Earth." People wept, cheered, and stared at the sky. They had done it. Humanity had reached the moon, one small step. On July 20th, 1969, Neil Armstrong opened the hatch of the lunar module and began his descent. A metal ladder stretched from the module to the dusty gray surface below. Cameras rolled. Radios clicked. The world waited. He stepped down slowly, cautiously, not because he was unsure, but because he understood the weight of the moment. Then, his boot pressed into the moon's surface, soft, powdery, ancient. "That's one small step for man," he said. "One giant leap for mankind." The words echoed across time zones, languages, and hearts. He wasn't claiming the moon. He wasn't planting a flag for glory. He was placing a marker, a human presence, fragile and real, on another world. Buzz Aldrin soon joined him. Together, they walked, collected samples, set up experiments. They moved carefully, learning how to walk in lower gravity, their footprints, marking paths no one had ever taken. The moon was quiet. No wind, no sound, just stillness. Above them, the Earth rose, a blue marble suspended in black. It looked small, delicate, and alone. Armstrong spent only 2.5 hours walking on the moon. But in that time, something changed, not just in science or politics, but in spirit. The distance between Earth and the unknown had been crossed. What once seemed unreachable now had a footprint, and it belonged not just to one man, but to all of us. A step measured in silence. After the mission, Neil Armstrong returned to a world changed forever. He was celebrated across the globe. Streets filled with cheering crowds. Awards poured in. His name was etched into textbooks, statues, and history books. But Armstrong did not chase fame. He did not turn the spotlight toward himself. Instead, he stepped back quietly, intentionally. He taught at a university, shared his knowledge with students, and kept his life simple. He rarely spoke about the moon unless asked. And even then, his words were measured, humble, and clear. He had done something extraordinary, But he did not believe he was extraordinary. He often said that the moon landing wasn't about the astronauts. It was about the people, the thousands of engineers, scientists, and thinkers who made it possible. The welders who built the rockets, the programmers who wrote the code, the dreamers who believed he didn't see himself as a hero, just a pilot doing his job, that humility became part of his legacy. It reminded the world that greatness can be quiet, that courage doesn't always speak loudly, that the biggest moments in history can be carried by the gentlest hands. Neil Armstrong passed away in 2012, but his step measured, careful, eternal remains, not just on the moon, but in every place where someone dares to reach beyond. In every child who looks up and wonders what lies beyond the sky, and every voice that whispers, "I want to try," that first step is still echoing. Not in sound, but in silence, the kind that holds something vast, something human, and something beautifully possible. Chapter 25. Voyager: Humanity's Message in a Bottle. In the quiet of the late 1970s, when disco music played on radios and computers still filled entire rooms, something small and extraordinary was being prepared for launch. It wasn't a weapon, or a satellite for television, or even a manned spacecraft. It was something more poetic, something meant not just for us, but for whatever or whoever might one day find it. Its name was Voyager. There were two of them. Voyager 1 and Voyager 2, nearly identical spacecraft built by NASA. Their original mission was scientific, to study the outer planets of the solar system up close. But someone had a bigger idea. If these probes were going to leave the solar system someday, why not give them a message, a sign of who we are? And so, a golden record was made, shaped like an old vinyl LP. The record was covered in gold plating, designed to last for 1 billion years. It carried greetings in 55 languages, songs from around the world, the sound of a kiss, a heartbeat, wind, rain, laughter, and even a brainwave recording from a young woman in love. It held images, 2 diagrams of human anatomy, our solar system, buildings, animals, and everyday life on Earth. It was part science, part art, part dream. This golden record was fastened to the side of each Voyager probe, along with a stylus and instructions for how to play it. Because maybe, just maybe, someday, in some distant place, someone might find it and understand. On August 20th and September 5th, 1977, the 2 Voyagers launched into space, one after the other. They were small, about the size of a compact car, with long antennas and wide dish-shaped faces, built to speak across the void. They carried no crew, no passengers, just instruments, memory, and a message in a bottle. They were made not to return, but to go forward. Always forward. Past the planets, the Voyagers began their journey by weaving through the solar system, a carefully planned path that would slingshot them from one planet to the next, using gravity to speed them along. Their first destination, the gas giants. In 1979, Voyager 1 arrived at Jupiter. What it saw changed everything. Up close, Jupiter wasn't just a speck of color in the night sky. It was a world of storms the size of Earth, swirling clouds in shades of white, red, and orange. Its moon Io was erupting with volcanoes, the first ever seen beyond our planet. Europa, another moon, showed signs of a frozen surface that might hide oceans beneath. The photographs Voyager sent back were crisp, detailed, breathtaking. The spacecraft moved on, catching Saturn in 1980. There, Voyager unveiled the planet's elegant rings, countless tiny particles, forming bands of light and shadow. It discovered new moons and complex magnetic fields. It showed us that even familiar planets were full of mystery. Voyager 2, taking a slightly different path, continued on to Uranus in 1986 and Neptune in 1989. These were worlds we had barely glimpsed before. Voyager revealed Uranus's tilted axis, its pale blue hue, and its icy moons. At Neptune, it found dark storms, winds faster than sound, and faint rings surrounding a deep sapphire globe. Each planet became more than a name in a textbook. They became places. Worlds with weather, structure, color, and life, even if not the kind we know. Voyager wasn't just exploring space. It was teaching us how to see. By 1990, both spacecraft had completed their planetary missions. But neither stopped. Their cameras were powered down, their paths now aimed beyond the edge of our solar system. Voyager 1, before turning its lens away forever, looked back from 6 billion kilometers away. It took one final photograph of Earth. The planet appeared as a tiny blue speck less than a pixel in size, floating in a sunbeam. Astronomer Carl Sagan later called it the pale blue dot. A reminder that everything we know, all life, all history, all love and sorrow lives on that small world, suspended in space, into interstellar space. After the last planetary flybys, the Voyagers entered a different kind of journey. A slow, quiet drift into the deep black between stars. There were no more planets to photograph, no gravity to guide them. Just the soft push of momentum and the fading signals they sent home. In 2012, Voyager 1 passed a boundary called the heliopause, the outer edge of the solar system, where the sun's influence ends and interstellar space begins. It became the first human-made object to leave the solar bubble. Voyager 2 crossed the same threshold in 2018. Out there, the temperature is near absolute zero. The light from the sun is faint, no brighter than a distant star. Space becomes quieter, slower, timeless, and yet the Voyagers keep talking. Every day, they send faint signals back to Earth. It takes over 22 hours for their messages to arrive. Weak radio pulses picked up by giant dishes on Earth. The data they send is small, but meaningful. Readings of magnetic fields, cosmic rays, and plasma waves. They are now billions of miles from home. No spacecraft has ever gone farther. And they are still working. Their power comes from small nuclear generators. Each year, the power drops. Instruments are slowly shut off to conserve energy. One by one, the lights are dimming. By the mid-2030s, both Voyagers will fall silent, but their journey will continue even without power. They will drift through space for millions, perhaps billions of years. Long after Earth has changed, long after names are forgotten, they will be out there, silent, golden, and carrying the story of us. We were here in the great stillness of space. The Voyager probes carry more than instruments. They carry intention. A quiet, persistent hope, not that someone will find them, not even that someone will understand them, but that we tried to speak, to share, to reach the golden records fastened to the sides of the spacecraft are now traveling through a space where no sunlight reaches. On them are Bach and Beethoven, greetings in ancient languages and laughter from a child. Etched in gold is a map of where we live, not just coordinates, but context. A gentle fingerprint on the surface of time. No other object carries so much of who we are so far from where we live. In a universe of silence, Voyager says, we were here. It doesn't scream. It doesn't demand. It whispers, and maybe that's enough. It reminds us that even in our smallest acts, a record, a message, a dream, there is meaning. That exploration is not always about where we go, but about how deeply we hope we build. We launch, we let go. Voyager is no longer in the world it was made for. But it is still part of us, a traveler from Earth, sailing beyond the edge, carrying with it the sound of waves, the beat of a heart, the math of atoms, and the music of home. It is not just a machine. It is a story in motion and somewhere. Drifting through the quiet between stars, that story continues. Alone, but never forgotten. Chapter 26, The Spirit of Exploration. The story of exploration is older than writing, older than ships or borders or stars plotted in the sky. It begins not on mountaintops or oceans, but in something much quieter, a question, a tug on the heart, a feeling that there is more. Long before maps were drawn or flags were planted, someone looked beyond the tree line, beyond the dunes, beyond the edge of the known, and asked, "What's there?" And then they stepped forward. Every explorer we've followed from oceans deep to outer space shared that same thread of wonder. Jacques Cousteau dove not just to see fish, but to understand life hidden from view. Yuri Gagarin didn't only orbit Earth, he showed us the shape of home. Valentina Tereshkova carried not only herself into space, but the hope of every girl told she could not. Neil Armstrong left a footprint on the moon, but he stepped there for all of us. These journeys weren't just about reaching distant places. They were about looking back and seeing differently. The spirit of exploration is not bound by country or flag. It's not claimed by any one name. It belongs to the quiet questions that rise inside each of us when we stare out at something unfamiliar and feel something stir. Some explorers travel with cameras and instruments, others with notebooks and thoughts. Some walk alone across frozen ice. Some sail among stars. Some stay behind and dream forward, but all of us carry that ancient curiosity, a desire to know more, a willingness to go, the costs we cannot ignore. But not all exploration has been gentle, and not every footprint is a gift. History holds more than moments of wonder. It holds sorrow too. There were ships that crossed oceans, not to learn, but to conquer. Voyages that brought disease instead of knowledge. Flags that claimed land already lived on, voices that silenced others, and curiosity twisted into power. From empires to plantations, the age of exploration cast long shadows. Indigenous peoples were displaced. Ecosystems were scarred. Names were erased and stories were written. Often, the cost of discovery was paid not by the explorers, but by those they discovered. These truths must be remembered. Exploration without reflection becomes erasure. Curiosity without care becomes conquest, and, even today, echoes remain. Satellites orbit skies once only gazed at by stars. Oceans are mapped but warming. Mountains are climbed and mined. The earth remembers all of it. So as we honor the spirit of exploration, we must also pause to listen, to understand, to acknowledge the cost of every path taken and every voice. Left behind, there is no shame in knowing this. Only wisdom. Only truth, because the future of exploration depends not just on where we go, but on how the future's compass. Today's explorers no longer wear armor or carry swords. They carry sensors, questions, and code. They peer through microscopes and telescopes across ice shelves and coral reefs into galaxies and genomes. They are scientists mapping the deep sea, discovering new species in blackened waters. Astronauts learning how to grow food in space. Engineers designing rovers to search for signs of life on dusty red planets. Doctors unlocking the patterns of the brain. Children staring at stars, asking what comes next. They explore not for gold or glory, but for understanding, and increasingly, they explore not alone but together. Global teams. Shared data. Open questions, because the world is connected now in ways it never was. A signal from a probe at the edge of the solar system arrives in real time. A breakthrough in one country can save lives in another. The boundary between explorer and audience is softer. Anyone with a screen can watch a dive to the Titanic or follow a Mars rover across dusty plains. Exploration has become less about reaching a place first and more about seeing more deeply, and yet the tools are still shaped by dreams. When we send a robot to the moon or a telescope into orbit, we're not just doing science. We're whispering to the universe. We're here. We're learning. We still wonder. The compass of the future doesn't point north. A T points forward. May we keep walking now as this story nears its end, or perhaps its turning point. Take a moment to breathe. To rest. You've walked beside deep divers, sky riders, and quiet engineers. You've stepped through deserts and moonscapes, oceans and orbits. You've seen how far we've gone and how much still waits, but exploration isn't always grand. Sometimes it's the choice to stay curious, to listen more closely, to ask questions, even small ones. To look at the world, your world, and wonder again. A field behind your house. A book unopened. A thought you haven't finished yet. There is exploration in every day. If you choose to see it, the explorers we've followed weren't made different. They were made brave. And that bravery wasn't loud. It wasn't always certain. It was often quiet, patient, hopeful, just like you. So as your thoughts begin to slow and sleep draws near, let these stories linger like lanterns in the dark. Let them remind you that curiosity is not a thing to grow out of, but a place to grow from. May you keep walking. May you keep wondering, and may you always remember that wonder is a path and it still stretches ahead.